Test one, test one. Test one, test one. It's me. Well, hello, everybody. Nice to see you. I'm going to pull up the stream on my phone. Welcome on in to Chatterbox Bengals. I am not Jacob Tissett. I am not Craig Sandlin or Reed Mouse or Casey McAllister. In the most important game of the year, they've called in the big guns. They've called in me, Elliot. Welcome on in. Now, we're going to have some fun today. I will say I've never done one of these before, and I've been nervous about doing one because when I watch the Reds or I watch the Bengals, I get very, very mean, and I get sad, and I get disappointed, and I would like to not capture that on camera, but I'm called in. I have to do it. So that means you're going to see all the emotions that I'm going to have in this game. Knowing the Bengals, knowing that we're all from Cincinnati, probably going to be a loss, but I'm going to stay positive. I'm going to stay positive during this because we need it. We need a win. And as you know, we need, I think, the Dolphins and the Colts to both lose one more. Both of their quarterbacks, Tua and Anthony Richardson, both out. Both of them are out, allegedly. I think they're both doubtful. Anthony Richardson has been ruled out. Tua is doubtful. I don't think they're going to play Tua. Tua is too injured to play games. So that's very good for the Bengals. That means, essentially, let's just mark those games as easy losses for those two. We'll win this one, and it all comes down to Week 18, where I'd imagine something very bad is going to happen, and we're going to lose, and we're all going to be very sad. But I am here. Casey's telling me it's good. So Michael Ackley likes for Elliott. Welcome on in. I am not the usual host here. Jacob's usually the host. You're all here for Jacob. But thank you for showing your support. I've got with me, I don't have the decorations that Jacob has. I've got, well, it's opposite for me. So I've got a bear and a Bengals hat on this corner. I've got a conference championship hat on this corner. I've got LeBron James right there. And then I've got a Barry Larkin jersey right behind me. So those are my decorations for the day. You're not going to see any cool pictures or memorabilia. Jacob goes to like the Super Bowl and stuff, so I don't have any of that. But I've got my good luck bear. Again, this side. I'm gonna get used to it. Bear hat. That's what you got. And I also got periodically I'll be drinking from my Bengals cup. It is a Mike Hilton. And look, if you look, see how it moves? Look at that. Isn't technology fun? I don't know when this game is supposed to start. It said 4:30, but I'll sit here and talk for a little bit. I did one of these for Chatterbox Bearcats last year, and my friend Zach was supposed to join me. And Zach, I think we had some miscommunication on whether or not Zach was actually going to be available. He was at the UC game, so I had to do the whole Chatterbox Bearcats show by myself. So I'm used to doing it by myself. It's going to be a little bit different. It feels like I'm talking into an abyss right now, but we'll see. They're doing the pregame show now. Maybe I started too early because it's 4:30 and not a game is in sight. But I'd imagine we're ready to roll here. As I flip over to, what is this? This is Fox. I'm on the right thing. So what's going on here? Start the game. Start the game. This is like, you ever watch the NBA? I imagine nobody does in here, but the NBA, they say like the start time's 7:30. They'll start at like 9 o'clock. Like, what are we doing? There's no need for that. Let's see. Casey's saying you might want to turn your audio down just a hair. Okay. That's no problem. We'll turn it down just a hair. Just a hair. Hold on. Just a hair. Casey, tell me if that was a little bit better. Yes, Jade, it is Elliott. Michael, NFL Network. Turn on NFL Network so it's live. I think I'm live. I think I'm ready to roll. They just got to start the game. I'm on Fox. I can't turn on Fox on this or else we'll get copyrighted and sued or something. But I am here. Waiting for the game to start. Now they're running out. Now I see them. They're running out of the tunnel now. Michael says audio's good. I was worried I was going to get pranked. Commercial break. Now it's a commercial break. They run out on the field, commercial break. So I started way too early. Way too early. That's all right. You can hear me ramble a little bit. I got my Dunder Mifflin blanket with me as well. If you're a fan of The Office, you'll appreciate this one. They got Pretzel Day. They got all the Office stuff on here. Party planning committee. What we got? We got Lead down in the corner. Jim's Sports Company. So I'm ready to roll. I got a bag of nuts. If I'm hungry, I got nuts. I can eat some nuts. But yeah, man. Welcome on in. Chatterbox Bengals. I'm going to do some live reaction. I'm hoping... I watched the Bengals game against the Ravens, the first one. I watched that one with my family. And I usually don't like to watch Bengals games with my family because I don't like to do all the emotion thing in front of them. I try to stay calm and collective. But when I'm with other people, or like when I'm in a bar or something watching the game, I do tend to get a little bit obnoxious and loud, and I make it very make it clear that I'm upset and I'm gonna rant, I'm gonna yell. The game against the Ravens, the first one, I was with my family. That was the first time I think they've seen me get very, very upset at a Bengals game. This game, obviously, they have the chance to see me get upset again. So here we are. Again, if you're new, Lucky Bear, Lucky Hat, LeBron James. That's what we got. And Barry Larkin. We got Barry Larkin behind me. The stuffed crazy crust pizza. Never had Little Caesars. I think I had it one time. Fetters says turn it up a little. So now I don't know if Fetters is joking with me, but I'm going to turn it up a little. So, okay, we'll turn it up a little bit. Casey says, Elliot, am I watching alone? Yeah, I'm watching alone. Who else am I supposed to watch? Nobody's here. Of course I'm watching it alone. I got no one to watch with. Michael, do not clip that. No one clip that. No one's allowed to clip me eating nuts. But I will be eating nuts. Let me go get them, actually. Everybody stay there. Nobody move. I'm back. No free ads. They're honey roasted cashews. So if I get hungry during the match, I'll be eating honey roasted cashews. No free ads. Shout out to Planters. No free ads. We don't give free ads in this program. They're showing the playoff picture now. I mean, there's just no chance. I'm going to be positive for everybody in the chat because you guys come in here for a positive atmosphere. We're rooting for the team. But there's no chance, right? I mean, there's no chance. 0.1% chance. Hate our chances. Chances couldn't be worse. Reed Mouse, if it's any consolation prize, Reed Mouse is in attendance of this game. And maybe he can bring home a victory. I don't know if he has a win this year yet. I think he's been to maybe one or two. We got the ads, or the bots are here. And maybe he can bring home a victory. Bo Nix. I've never been a Bo Nix guy. I think Bo Nix is a fraud. There are some people out there that call themselves Bo Leavers. Bo Leavers, do you get it? I am not a Bo Leaver. I think Bo stinks. I think the Broncos are fraudulent. The fact that they're going to get in over us is sad. But man, if you're able to win this one, and the other teams lose, I'm just saying there's not one playoff team out there, and that's AFC, that's NFC, there's not one team that wants to play the Bengals. That's a fact. That's a complete fact. Water. No free ads. It is a Skyline Cup. No free ads. We got Chase Brown. Oh, I was going to mention this too. I do a lot of first touchdown bets. Jacob is not here. Jacob is taking a much-needed vacation for having his mental health destroyed by the Cincinnati Bengals this season. He will be back very soon. I'm just filling in today for the Broncos game, and we're ready to go. We're kicking off. Does he narrate it? Does he do play-by-play? I see a little bit. Sometimes he does. He announces play-by-play. But I guess I just watch. I'll try to fill as much time as I can with words. I talk a lot. Here we go. Good kick. If they lose this, I'm going to be really upset. Really, really, really upset. I have Drew Sample plus 8,000 first-time touchdown score. What else do I have? I've got T. Higgins. I've got Bengals -3 if you're a gambler of that. Didn't touch the total. This is a game I feel like is going to go way over, but could be wrong. Broncos, I mean, 12 yards. Oh, this is going to be miserable. McLaughlin with a 13-yard gainer on the first play. They got 3 running backs. Each of them will have 75 yards. All right, there's a screen. And he gets 6 yards. Nobody's there to tackle. They just don't tackle. Von Bell's clapping as if he did anything. Buddy, why don't you make a tackle if you're going to clap? Was that Troutman who ran into his own tight end, ran into him? What a sick joke this is. I did shave. For those wondering, I did shave my face. I had a wedding to go to. Bo Nix is dropping back. I mean, this is unbelievable. This is why I don't do this, because the Denver Broncos have run 3 plays. 2 first downs. 3 plays, 2 first downs. No signs of life on defense. None. In Bengals territory already. David Shaw, my Christmas has been very good. Thank you. How's everybody else's Christmas been? Christmas was good. Got a lot of cool things. I still get gifts. Looks like offsides. Was he offsides? All right, no call. Good jump. I mean, McLaughlin got 3. 3 on the pitch and catch. That's fine. Casey's in here monitoring the bots. Thank you, Casey. Kicking out the bots. Bo Nix. He's going to run around. Anybody want to tackle? Of course not. He gets 2 more. All right, 3rd and 5. We can get a 3rd and 5 stop here. We can get a 3rd and 5 stop. Jermaine Pratt giving the illusion of a tackle. Sometimes that's the best tackle, is when you act like you're going to tackle, but you actually don't. What a terrible defense this is. Absolutely terrible. Geno Stone, please feel free to vote for the Pro Bowl. Geno Stone, he deserved it. Good year for him. All right. 3rd and 5. We need to stop. I need to stop. I mean, did you think they were going to get a stop? Yes, they didn't. No stop. I mean, what a joke. Is that, I think that's Vel? V-E-L-E. I think that's how you say his name. I mean, it's such a disgrace, man. Nobody wants to play the Bengals in the playoffs. But at the same time, Roger Goodell would love this Bengals defense in a postseason game. Going up against Josh Allen, final score of that one, 7 million to 6,500,000. Endless points. A little bit of pressure. We gonna make a tackle? You guessed it. They didn't make a tackle. No tackles. Oh my God. Michael says I'm way behind. I don't know how I'm way behind. I'm live. I mean, I'm live on Fox. Is it different on NFL Network? I don't think so. I don't think so. Am I? All right, I'll go to the NFL Network one. That's a tackle. All right, first tackle of the game by the Cincinnati Bengals defense comes at the Bengals 12-yard line, inside the red zone. The Denver Broncos are in our red zone. David says he doesn't like the take that nobody wants to play the Bengals defense. David, the Bengals defense does suck. But if you look at the offense, no, I'm just saying, they can score at will. So if the offense can score at will, no team would want to do that because you risk, one interception. It's over. God forbid the Bengals defense gets an interception here. 3rd and 2. Timeout. All right, we forced a timeout. That's almost like a tackle. If you force the opposing team to call a timeout inside the red zone, that's a tackle. And we'll call that a tackle for this Bengals defense. How about that? I mean, there's just no semblance of life. No semblance of life whatsoever. I just hope if Joe Burrow comes out today and he balls out, that's all I want. All right. It's game time. Here we go. Everybody lock it in. If you got a bell at home, now's the time to ring it. We're ringing a bell. We're trying to get loud. We want Sean Payton to hear us. Come on, please. One stop. We can get one stop. No way. No flag. No flag. Nobody throw it. I don't want to see any yellow. Okay. That's a bend don't break moment by Lou Anarumo. That's why you hire this guy. Lou Anarumo, bend don't break, baby. They get all the way down the field. They go 80 yards every time. But they'll stop them for 3. That's a big win. That is a big win. Will Lutz is pretty good. Will Lutz isn't missing the field goal today. This is a chip shot. I think it's less than an extra point. All right, that's fine. 3-0. Bengals down 3-0 early. But for those of us that have a lot of first touchdown bets on the table, still alive there. Still alive there. And that's fine. They can have 3 points all night long. We'll trade 7 for 3 every time. That's fine. Have your 3. It's a good luck bet. In fact, every stop that doesn't result in a touchdown for the Denver Broncos, I'm going to pat the good luck bear. That's a good luck bear. Pat him. If you got a bear at home, pat him. What does Jacob do during commercial breaks? This is so new to me. I don't know if I should do a dance, sing a song. So many things to do during commercial breaks. Sit in silence? Do we sit in silence? Game Day says good luck bear. Thank you. The good luck bear is still in play. I'll just bend down to get water whenever I don't have anything to say. Good tasting water. Not like that water in Hamilton. Here is Mike Hilton. Look at the hologram. I could get out Trivial Pursuit during commercial breaks. We could play Trivial Pursuit with the chat. I'd ask trivia questions. Whoever gets the most right, I'll Venmo $5. Mark Fetter says Quiplash at halftime. Yes. Michael Ackley says talk about your love life. No. Are we sure that's water? No. Game Day touchdown every drive. We can do it. No. The Robo Buck. He's putting 7s out there. What do the 7s mean? Touchdown? We cheering for 7 here, Robo Buck? I like that. I like putting the 7 out there. Because we're going to win. Preferably by 4. Again, for those of you who have a responsible amount of money on the Cincinnati Bengals today, we need them to win by 4. Which can happen. They could beat this team by 4. I think the Broncos suck. Bad at football. Troy Taylor. No, I don't think you can do that one. At least not yet. Maybe in Oregon you can do that. I don't think you can do that here. I don't think you can do it there either. We don't condone the use of that. Casey's putting 7s. Casey, nice to see you. Big kick. Will Lutz, blast off. End zone. Catch. Is that Jermaine Burton with a catch? Hey, Jermaine's here. Jermaine. I like to see Jermaine Burton. It's good to see him here and not at the casino. Betting slots in his PJs at 4 a.m. This is the drive that starts it. Right now, you start a Super Bowl run that's never been seen before. Nobody's seen a Super Bowl like this. Losing all your games and somehow make it. The Bengals have yet to beat a starting quarterback this year. That's a funny stat. Who was that? Is that Sample? Who caught that? Is that Gesicki? That's not Gesicki, is it? Who the hell is that? Is that the third string tight end? Who the hell caught that pass? Hold on. See, this is where Jacob's far better than me at this, because he knows all the Bengals scrubs. Who in God's green earth just caught that pass? That was Cam Grandy. Is that his first catch of the year? Big run. Big run. Big run. Big run. That's a Bengals first down. Easy first down. Chase Brown for the first down. Cam Grandy. Is that Cam? Somebody find, is Cam Grandy? I don't know how to turn off the ads. Casey, if you're there and you want to turn off the ads, you can turn them off. I don't care about the ads. Cam Grandy. 2 catches on the year, maybe? I've never seen him catch a pass. I think I have seen him catch one. Play action. Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, what are you doing? He was wide open. I don't know what that was. Jamar Chase was wide open. Missed him completely. They're showing the replay of this. I mean, it looked like a pretty good route to me. Just threw it way behind him. That's terrible. That's a terrible throw. I love Joe Burrow. We love Joe Burrow here. It was tipped? I think it was tipped. Maybe it was tipped. That was pretty bad, though. In 2021 versus Patrick Surtain, he had 1 catch, Jamar Chase. He had 1 catch for 3 yards. That's not going to get it done. That's a catch, and that is a Bengals first down. That's Mike Gesicki. There we go, boys and girls and everybody. Yeah, Jacob's hair is better than Elliott's hair. I mean, I've never given that illusion. Jimmy says he loves me. I love you, Jim. Welcome into the chat. Can somebody tell me how many catches Cam Grandy has? Is it 2? Because that's wild. There's a handoff. Good run. 5 yards, 4 yards, 4.5 yards. Right around there. 2nd and 7. Thought there was 4 there, but whatever. Bengals can beat this team. There is no reason for the Cincinnati Bengals to lose this game. No reason. They don't really beat anybody either. They got a couple good wins, but... And they should have beaten the Chiefs, to be fair to them. All right, 2nd and 7. Here we go, Joe. He dropped it. He dropped it. Jamar, come on, buddy. All right, 3rd and 7. 3rd and 7. We got to be better. We got to be better. They're talking about Jimmy's Hot Pocket. Jimmy used to eat Hot Pockets in the office. All right, 3rd and 7. They need yards to get in field goal range. And field goal range for the Bengals is like the 2-yard line. So we're going to need about 40 more. Jamar is wide open. They got him that time. That is a... Let me see it. That's a bad spot. I think it's a Bengals first down. Yeah, first down. That's 3. That's 3 Bengals first downs. I mean, he was so wide open. If he didn't hit that one, we were going to have a bad day. Keep those chains moving, boys. Here we go. That's a pitch to Chase Brown. Chase Brown, nothing really going, but not a bad run. 3 yards again. 2.5 yards, 3 yards. We'll take it. We'll take that. I'm not getting 1 yard. What are these spots? He got 1 yard on that? Whatever. If I had a challenge flag, I'd challenge it. Just so I can get a win. Just so I can see a win in the challenge game. I'll get that challenge back. Because 1 yard was a 2-yard run. Jamar's in motion. That's fine. Great play. That's an 8-yard gain. Mike Gesicki again. 2 catches on this first drive. 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1. Now this is where teams are out. 3rd and 3. This has to be off. There is no way it is 3rd and 3. He got 8 yards. I mean, there's just no way. Whatever. 3rd and 3. Let's see what we got. It is a run play. They ran it, and he just got absolutely stuffed. They're going to give him a yard. We'll see what the Bengals do. This is a big one. This is a big one right off the bat because there's no way Zach Taylor's kicking a field goal here. I hope he doesn't kick a field goal here. 4th and 1. Let Joe Burrow cook. Please. Please let Joe Burrow cook. 4th and 2, they say. What is this? That's fine. Here we go. I have to ban a bot. 4th and 2, Bengals timeout. Good timeout. I would go for it. I mean the season's on the line. You have to win this game. There's no reason to play it safe and take 3 points ever. So, especially with the Bengals kicking situation this year. No disrespect to the great Evan McPherson and Cade York. Yeah, chat, you're agreeing with me. Go for it. Go for it. 4th and 1. Finally, I'm telling you right now, there's something going on with the 4th and 1, the yardage on the right side of your screen. Because they haven't been right. 4th and 1, they adjusted that one. It's a run. They get it? I mean, they marked him so short. That's the time you run it. They never run it. What is that play, man? They never run it. They never run it. That's when we're going to run it? They're bringing out the sticks. It could technically be a first down, but from what I've seen on the screen, I mean, this looks like it's going to be well short. Yeah, it's not even remotely close. That's the play? I mean, he just got stuffed. That's the play you run? Zach Taylor never does that. Why now? I don't get it. There's a lot of pro Zach Taylor guys at Chatterbox. I'm not one of them. I've never understood the play calling. Usually on like those 4th and 1s, he'll do the go route. He'll do something silly, but at least you're putting the ball in Joe Burrow's hands. I would love the Bengals to run the ball in 4th and short, but they're not able to do it. So I stopped asking for it. And now you do it like that? Back-to-back terrible runs up the gut? What are we doing? I don't know. That actually upsets me because what is that play? If you're going to do that, because that was a long 4th and 1, if that's the play call, then kick the field goal. Kick the field goal. I mean, we got an offensive line that's beat to hell. Orlando's fighting through it right now. Marius Mims is like a broken everything, and he's out there fighting. And we're just going to do run up the gut 3 times in a row? I want Zach Taylor, and again, no disrespect. I don't like to call for the loss of someone's job. I want him and I want Lou Anarumo. I'd like them to share a bus ride, and I'd like them to go across the country and explore the country for the next 5 to 10 years. Just themselves. Just explore themselves. Find themselves a little bit. But don't coach the Bengals. The fact that you have the best offense in football, the best offense in football, And you're going to win 7 games, 8 games this year. So sad. I'm going to try to be positive. I'm going to try to be positive. I'm going to give it till halftime to be positive. If they're losing at halftime, I'm going full negative. We're just going to say fire everybody. 3-0. Broncos take over with 4 minutes left. And they get immediately 9 runs, or 9 yards on a run. Immediately. And nobody knows who the running back is for Denver. They used 3 of them. McLaughlin, Estime, Javonte Williams. Nobody knows the running back. Each one of them is going to have 75 yards in this game. Who's in now? Estime's in. McLaughlin has 2 carries for 21 yards. Automatic first down. Casey says the bots are bad today. Casey, if you need me to do it, I don't know what I need to do, but tell me what I need to do, and I'll do it. Nate Johnson says, I swear Zach said he learned not to take the ball out of Joe Burrow's hands last year. I don't think he did. He took the ball out of Joe Burrow's hands this year against the Ravens when he decided to just forfeit the game, run 3 times, and pray that Evan McPherson could hit a kick. Evan McPherson can't make anything. Not a thing. And that's when we're going to run the ball? That's such a strange run. Maybe a false start. Maybe we get lucky with a false start there. They're backing up. Yeah, false start. All right, that helps. That helps a little bit. Not a lot. Like 1st and 30 is what the Bengals defense needs. They need like 30 yards. Maybe they'd get a stop. Maybe. I mean, teams get 30 yards on 2 plays against the Bengals a lot of the time. We'll see. Here we go. Bo Nix. Shotgun. You'd have to run it. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't run it. 1st and 15. It is a run. All right. A little bit of work. I mean, he's still got, what are they going to give him, 4 yards there? Mike Hilton help with the tackle. Good tackle there by Mike Hilton. Second and 12. I mean, you'd think you could stop 2nd and 12. 2nd and 12 is a good time to stop a team. Snap to Bo. Bo the pass. Missed tackle. Is that CTB? Who missed that tackle? CTB missed the tackle. Oh, yeah. Man, this defense is a disgrace. This defense is so bad. I mean, they didn't get any yards there. It's 3rd and 8. They got 4, but just one time. I'd like one dominant game by the defense. I guess they did it against the Giants. The Giants are the worst team in football, so what does that mean? All right. They're getting to him. They're getting to him. They're getting to him. They're getting to him. Push him out. That's not a first down, right? That's 4th and what? 2? 4th and 3? Give me 4th and 4. 4th down. Haven't seen the yardage. Looks like they're going to punt. It looks like the Broncos are punting. Good pressure there by the Bengals. Mike Hilton again with the pressure. Yeah, he's well short. He's well short and they're punting. No late hit. Was there a late hit? No. Good. 4th and 3. They're kicking it away. Punt. Catch. I don't know. He didn't fumble it, did he? Go down. Please go down. My God. Dude, fair catch it. No one's allowed to return punts anymore. Nobody. I'm not going to lose this season because we don't have punt returners. Worst special teams unit in the... I won't curse. I was going to curse just then. I'm not cursing. This is a kids-friendly show. We got a punt. Molly's in the chat. Welcome, Molly. Jade, David, Mark, Mike. I like Drew P. Drew P is back. The Robo-Buck. I like the Robo-Buck. The Robo-Buck is a very good name. The Robo-Buck is fantastic. Power Radio's in here. Welcome. Blackmore, my good friend. He loves me. Blackmore is my number one ally. Ron is in the chat. Bengals fans in the chat. Nate. Casey is monitoring me. Reed Mouse is in the chat. Reed's here. Reed's here to help. Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground, Readeroo. I wonder if Readeroo likes my bear. I think Reed would like this bear. I really do. I think he'd like it. It's the lucky bear. It's the good luck bear. Every time the defense every time the defense gets a stop. I forgot. You got to pat the bear. Pat the bear. If you got a bear at home, you pat him. Do a little pat. If you got a little pat. A little pat. A pitter patter. Pat on the bear. Should I open my nuts? These nuts look expired. When are these nuts from? These nuts look pretty expired. I'm trying not to get too... I mean, do I eat them? These look like expired nuts. These nuts look expired. And there's no date. There's no date on my nuts. You guys think they're good? Do nuts go bad? Drew P, shout out to you, you weirdo. I don't know if my nuts are expired. If somebody could tell me what like the expiration period on nuts are, that'd be very helpful. I want to eat a nut. It's all right. First down. It's time to go, boys. Now's the time. They're off sides, right? Joe Burrow running around. I mean, what are we doing? Wide open pass. Wide open pass. Mike Gesicki was wasn't within 15 yards of anybody. It was tipped. All right. He lost it off the tip. That's fine. You still got to catch the ball. I mean, that's a terrible drop. It hit both his hands in the chest. I mean, that was a drop. I mean, to be fair to Mike Gesicki, it was tipped. So, I mean, I feel like you had enough yards of separation there to... That's a Mike Gesicki for... Oh, a hurdle. A hurdle by Mike. Bengals first down. That's a first down. I got to put the chat up here. I keep looking down, but I'm looking at the chat. That's a big time jump. He's had a couple of those this year. End of quarter. Put your twos up. Put your twos up. Do we do that here? Put your twos up. If you got twos, you put them up. Horns up, because that's two. Horns up, because it's two. Twos. We're putting twos in. End of the quarter. Was it a good quarter? No. Was it a bad quarter? Yes. But here's the thing with the Cincinnati Bengals. They don't play in the first quarter. That's like it's like Zach Taylor's specialty. First game of the year, first quarter of the game, first birthday. He's not there. Zach's not there for any of the firsts, but he's always there for like the second or third, and then he goes away for the finale. But twos, put your twos up. Mark, I do have salty nuts, but I don't know if they're expired, and I'm too afraid to eat them. But I've opened them now. So if I let them, I'm gonna smell them. Should I smell the nuts? They don't smell bad. They don't smell bad. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do. This is what I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat one nut, and we're gonna see how it tastes. I think that was okay. I think that was okay. I'm gonna eat these nuts. Sir Boy's here. Welcome, Sir Boy. David says eat the nuts. I'm eating them. I'm gonna eat them. Now, if I get sick, Craig's gonna have to come on early. So I hope Craig's ready. End of quarter. Mouse Cop's here. Welcome, Mouse Cop. My good friend, Mouse Cop. I'm going to have to take a drink after eating one of those salty nuts. Again, hologram. Hologram. Look at him move. Look at him move. It's the lucky hologram. Hilton's having a hell of a game, too. So, a couple tackles early. Sir Boy's here again. I mentioned Sir Boy, but welcome in, Sir Boy. I love Sir Boy. First and 10. We got some Xavier slander, it looks like, in the chat. That's a run. Good run. Very good run. Now, I'm going to say this again. I'm saying 6 yards on that run. I'm going to say 6. I've been wrong 5 times already on that because I think the yardage has been wrong. Okay, 6. I got that one. I got that one right. Broncos held 9 minutes. Held 9 minutes of possession in that first quarter. Each team with 4 first downs. Broncos had like 15 more rushing yards. Even passing. Joe Burrow. We're going to do run of the ball again. Chase Brown. Fighting for a first down. Not going to get it. He's going to be a yard short. So 3rd and 1. Another critical 3rd down. We'll see if Zach Taylor's going to do it again. We'll see if he runs it again. I wouldn't hate a run here. I wouldn't hate a run here on 3rd and 1. But if you don't get this one, you can't do 4th and 1 run. Sure, boy, I am calm. I'm calm right now because nothing bad has happened yet. Lose defense bends, but they don't break in this one so far. It is not going to be a run. It is a pass. Is that Gesicki again? Yeah. No, it's Drew Sample. That's a Drew Sample. Reed's guy, Drew Sample. First down, Bengals. We're going that way. Big first down. That was a big first down for the boys. We'll take a Drew Sample run. A little Drew Sample pitch play. A little pitch play to Drew Sample. First down. Not a run. They're doing a little play action. Joe Burrow's going to take a big hit. That's a sack. Looks like he just didn't have anybody. Because he had the time. He had all day to throw that. 2nd and 11. Only loss of 1. See if anybody was open. Nah. I thought Jamar had a little bit of wiggle room over there. Yeah, I think they could have thrown it. I think he could have thrown it to Jamar. I don't know if he saw him. It's all right. 2nd and 11. Didn't really lose anything there. Except their quarterback taking another hit. That's a pass to Jamar. He's fighting for the first down. He's going to be a yard short, maybe inches short. There is a flag. I see yellow. Flag, I'm still waiting. Penalties declined, which means I'd say Bengals 2nd and short. I'm going to put this user in a timeout because there's bots everywhere. Haven't seen T. Higgins. Haven't needed him yet. Usually when T. Higgins isn't involved in this offense, Mike Gesicki gets involved. Mike Gesicki's been very involved in this game. Sample and Cam with a catch as well. Gonna have another nut. Referee is automatic first down. I don't know if they just reviewed the spot or if that was the penalty. Don't have the audio on because of copyright, but yeah, I don't know where T. Higgins is. I'd like T. Higgins to get involved a little bit as somebody who bet on him responsibly. There you go. T. Higgins in motion, but it will be a run. And he runs, Chase Brown ran directly into the wall. I think right into the butt of Orlando Brown. Still got a yard, though. That is a very short pass to Mike Gesicki. Very short. Maybe a yard. Maybe a yard. Here we go. 3rd and 7. 3rd and 7. 3rd down. Chase Brown motion. Joe Burrow alone in the backfield. They are bringing all the pressure. He got hit, but finds a wide open T. Higgins. First down. Big play by Joseph Lee. Big play. That's what we need. That's what we need. Designed screen to Chase Brown. He gets tackled immediately. Did not get a yard. They might give him a yard, but he did not get a yard. He did not. 2nd and 10. Justin Edgels here. Justin, welcome. We're remaining calm here. This is fine. This drive's looking good. Burrow 9 for 12, 64 yards so far. Joe Burrow takes the snap. That is another pass and another catch for Mike Gesicki. Oh my goodness. Mike Gesicki, tank. Gonna be about like 3rd and 3. Mike Gesicki in this game has 5 catches for 40 yards. 5 catches for 40 yards. Jamar only has 1. T. Higgins only has 1. All right, Joseph. 3rd and 3. Big 3rd down. Another first down. That is to Chase Brown for the first down. Chase Brown, first down, Bengals. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. All right, little confusion at the line, little audible here, perhaps. Changing it up, making sure everybody knows what's going on. Come on, Joseph. It's a run. That is a run. That is a good run. Chase Brown gets 4 or 5. I'd give him 5, but he'll get 4. Got to block another bot. Got to get rid of another bot. A lot of bots. We got a lot of bots in the chat today. Almost too many bots. A little concerning. Maybe Elon Musk getting the bots over here. 2nd and 6. Big play. Every play from this point on is going to be a big play pretty much. Jamar Chase, motion man. Jamar Chase, timeout. Don't like that timeout. Don't like that timeout. That's just guys not being ready. Bengals have 1 timeout left with 8 minutes left in this second quarter. 1 timeout left with 8 minutes left in the second quarter. I mean, come on. Zach Taylor, come on, buddy. It's fine. It's whatever. Let's see. No huddle, no pressure. We're changing the play there. Drew P. Drew P's in the chat still. Everybody welcome. No, I said don't talk about bodies. Don't talk about the bots. I'm going to eat a nut. A salty nut. There we go. Marvin Lewis did. I don't think Marvin Lewis ever won a challenge or called a correct timeout. Poor Zach Taylor, man. I don't know what's going to happen after this year. David Shaw wants trivia. All right, hold on. Nobody leave. Nobody leave. I'm going to get trivia. Hold on. Trivial Pursuit. I got Trivial Pursuit. During commercial breaks, we play Trivial Pursuit. It's a big box. Let me get my questions. All right. This only happens during commercial breaks. Whoever gets the most trivia questions right first that I see will win a prize. Here we go. Trivia question. First trivia question. Here we go. What Olympic champion starred in a Saturday Night Live sketch about his larger-than-life diet? What Olympic champion starred in a Saturday Night Live sketch about his larger-than-life diet? I'll give everybody a second to answer. Fetters wants to play for money. Ackley's on the board with 1. Ackley's on the board with 1. It was Michael Phelps. That was Michael Phelps. All right, trivia at the next commercial break, but we got a game to watch. It is 2nd and 7. 2nd and 7. Ackley got it first. Ackley got Phelps first. That's 1 point for Mike Ack. Burrow. Oh, that's a flag. Thank you. What are we doing? Come on. That is a flag. What are we doing? Refs are talking about it though. They did throw it. They did throw the flag. Pass interference on the defense. Bengals are getting that ball at the 1. This is big. Here we go. Everybody lock it in. We got 1 play for the rest of our lives right now. Easy pass interference call. Easy flag to throw. Here we go. First down at the 1 yard line. This has a run to Chase Brown all over it. It is not. It is a throw. Dropped it. Mike Gesicki dropped it. Was not going to be a touchdown no matter what. It was short of the end zone. So 2nd and goal. That seems like the play you want to run on if you're going to run the ball. But, whatever. 2nd and 1. Wide open. Just was short and bad. He wasn't going to get it anyway. Gesicki now out of the game. This has got to be a run. They have to run it one time at the 1-yard line. Chase Brown, backfield. This is a run. They're running this football. Motion man Drew Sample. It is a run, and he just gets absolutely stuffed. Chase Brown loses a yard. First down seemed like the play. You should have probably ran it, but that's just me. I mean, he had nowhere to go. This has got to be a throw. 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2. It was 1st and goal at the 1. It's now 3rd and 2. Brutal. I mean, so bad, man. Here we go. Snap to Burrow. He's looking. He's got Jamar. No! What are you doing, dude? Catch the ball. Oh my God. What are you doing? Jamar Chase just dropped maybe the easiest touchdown in the history of sports, and now Zach Taylor's got him out. Zach Taylor's got him out. I don't know about this one. Zach Taylor's got the offense out on the field. Looked like somebody moved early. Joe Burrow's got nothing. He's praying. He's hoping. Run it. He's getting sacked. I mean, what are we doing, dude? 1st and goal at the 1, and the Bengals get 0. 0. 2 drives for the Cincinnati Bengals offense. 0 points. Both times they entered the red zone. I wish, and this is no knock on Joe Burrow, but just once, I'd like the ability to quarterback sneak it up the middle. Just one time on 1st and goal at the 1. How do you start 1st and goal at the 1 and lose yards and don't score points? What are we doing? What the hell is he doing? Jamar Chase, wide open touchdown, dropped it. I don't know about that one. I really don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I mean, that's a joke. They score. They want trivia. All right, I forgot trivia. Here we go. Mike Ackley has one. All right. Name one of the 2 U.S. states where it's illegal to pump your own gas. Name one of the 2 U.S. states where it's illegal to pump your own gas. I didn't even know this was a thing. One of the 2 states where it's illegal to pump your own gas. Trivia question 2. We'll see if anybody wants it. New Jersey? New Jersey's right. That's Ron. Ron gets a point. Ron, that's right. New Jersey and Oregon, you're not allowed to pump your own gas? What kind of rule is that? Ron got it in there. Ron's first. Ron's first. That's a good one, Ron. Ron's in it. A lot of you guys knew it. Ron was first, though. Ron was first. The Bengals not getting points there is so disgraceful. I'm going to start throwing shit. I don't curse. This is a kid show. They shut that run down. Good tackle, Osai. 2nd and 8. How did they not score? Just a joke, man. Just an absolute joke. Intercepted. No. Pay attention. God. I have to blow my nose. I'm sorry, everybody. Good tip. I mean, it should have been intercepted. I mean, that ball should have been intercepted. Mike Hilton again with the pressure. Just didn't catch the ball. 3rd and 8. Big 3rd and 8. Big 3rd and 8, everybody. Big 3rd and 8. Bengals are bringing pressure. It's Mike Hilton again. Tackle. Short. That's a short. He's short. 2 yards short. Great spot. 4th and 2. They got to punt that ball. They're at their own 14, 13-yard line. Punt that ball. It's a good 3 and out. Bengals defense is playing. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase got to get better. Jamar Chase dropping a wide open touchdown can't happen. I mean, they just got to flat out be better than they're playing right now. Just like must-win games. It feels like the must-win games the Bengals have had this year, they've just been non-existent. I mean, that punt was 60 yards. Fair caught at the Bengals 37. All right. Offense comes back on the field. Offense is coming back on the field. All right, trivia. We doing trivia again? Commercial break, trivia. Here we go. Trivia. What MLB slugger wrote the steroid tell-all Juiced? What MLB slugger wrote the steroid tell-all Juiced? It was called Juiced. Which MLB slugger wrote the steroid tell-all Juiced? Zero points scored, Power Radio. 0 points scored. It is not Sammy Sosa. It is not Barry Bonds. Michael Ackley again. Michael Ackley is on the board with 2. He is the leader. Ron has 1. Mike Ackley has 2. It was Jose Canseco. Ron Esterman did get it, but it was after Michael Ackley. Michael Ackley got it first. Jose Canseco. 2-1. I was close, though. Ron almost took the lead. Trivia next break. I don't know why the Bengals do this, man. I don't know why they disappear at random times. That's the part of the Chiefs. Like, they'll disappear on offense a little bit, but they don't lose games because of it. The Bengals lose games because of it. Obviously, it's because the Bengals defense sucks terribly. But I'd like a little bit of help. One time. They haven't played complimentary football one game this season. They're going to play 17 games. Not one time did the offense, special teams, and defense have a complete game where they all played good. Not one. Ron says he was first. Ron said he was first. He wants me to check it. I'm getting you guys at the same time. I can show you the camera what I got. Because look, let me see if I can. Mike Ackley and then Ron. It says Mike and then Ron says Jose Canseco. Mike then Ron, Jose Canseco. So I have to give it to Mike. I have to see what I see on my screen. All right, here we go. 1st and 10. Bengals offense takes over yet again. 4:55. This game's flying by. Flying. It's been an hour. We're almost at halftime. That's a run. Chase Brown up the gut. He's going to get 4 yards and fall. All right, that's fine. Clock runs. If we get 1 touchdown by half, the Bengals are going to win this game. If we get 1 touchdown on this drive at the half, Bengals are going to win this game. Jamar Chase has to play better. Jamar Chase, I don't know what's going on with Jamar Chase right now, but these wide open drops ain't going to fly. It's just not going to work out for me. He's frustrated on the sideline. 4 targets, 1 catch, 7 yards for Jamar Chase. It's a run. It's a run. Hurdle. First down. Bengals. Chase Brown. First down. Chase Brown. First down. Bengals. 4:04 left in the half. Twelve carries, 41 yards for Chase Brown. He's working today. 10 first downs by the Bengals. 4 by the Denver Broncos. Joe Burrow, all the time in the world, nothing. He had 10 minutes to throw that football, couldn't find a soul. Ball batted down. There is a penalty on the play. There is a flag down. I didn't see anything. If anything, it would be on the offense. Illegal hands, illegal contact, legal hands to the face on the defense. Automatic first down. Illegal contact by the Denver Broncos. I don't know who that was on. A little bit. I will take it. If you want to call illegal contact, we'll take that. Take it. I'll take it all day long. I don't know about that one. 4 penalties for the Broncos, 0 for the Bengals. Wide open play. That's Yoshivas. First down. Bengals are entering the red zone yet again. I'm not gonna lie, I will lose my mind if they don't walk away with points on this drive. Great pass by Joseph Lee. Great pass. Great catch by Yoshi. Runs out of bounds for 15 yards. A lot of ads in this chat. A lot of ads on the YouTube stream. AJ's in the chat. Welcome, brother. AJ. Gray, welcome. That's a T. Higgins catch. That's 7 yards. Maybe 8. Clock continues to run. 2:45. Here we go. Let's go. Let's run. Let's run. 2nd and 2. Keep up the pressure. Just keep up the pressure right now. We're staying complacent. The Bengals had 1st and goal at the 1 and didn't score. They lost a yard on 4 plays. Deep breaths. Just deep breaths. We got it. That's a catch. Jamar Chase inside the 10. Here we go. It's go time. We're not walking away without points here. If Drew Sample catches the first touchdown pass, I'm really rich. So I'm hoping that happens. Jamar Chase, great route. Little comeback. Caught at the 6. There we go. Fetters is saying, kick the field goal now. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Commercial break. Trivia. Quick trivia. Quick trivia. Hold on. That was a bad one. That was a bad trivia card. All right. Pete Rhodes. Pete Rose holds the... Oh, wait. No, I can't do that one either. It's too easy. It's too easy. It was a Pete Rose question. All right. According to Guns N' Roses, what is hard to hold in the cold November rain? According to Guns N' Roses, what is hard to hold in the cold November rain? Who gets it? Who gets it? According to Guns N' Roses, What is hard to hold in the cold November rain? Let's see who gets it. It is not love. It is not a rose. We can have a 0 on this one. We might have a 0. I'll read it one more time. According to Guns N' Roses, what is hard to hold in the cold November rain? Rick, that was good. Rick made me laugh. Molly got it. Molly got it. Molly's on the board. It is a candle. It is a candle. Bill almost got it. Bill almost got it. He came in a second behind Molly. It is candle. That is a winner. Molly has 1. Ron has 1. Michael has 2. Those are your leaders. Trivia. Commercial break trivia. It is a candle. Blackmore, stop that. It is a candle. It is a candle. We got to lock in for a Bengals touchdown, though. We got to lock in. Molly's on the board. Should I eat a nut? I'm going to eat a nut. Here we go. Rick S. is on fire in the chat right now. Here we go. Here we go. Everybody lock it in. Bengals have the ball at the 6. First down. Let's see how many times they can get inside the red zone and not score. I'm going to be positive. They're going to score. Here we go. Come on. It is a run. They're going to run it on first down. He's going to get a lot. He's going to get 4 yards. Good run by Chase Brown. 2nd and 2. We've been here before. We've certainly been here before. We have been here before. Yeah, for those of you who bet the over in this game, tough, Jade. That is tough. That's a bad one. Looks like we got a timeout. What are we showing commercials for in the middle of the game? Commercials are crazy, man. What are we showing a commercial for right now? We got a triple box in the game. The one that the game is on is in the top left. The Broncos called the timeout there. That makes sense. They're trying to get the ball back. Triple box, but the game is in the top left. And there's 2 other nonsense boxes. David wants trivia during the fake timeout. No, only during the real ones. 2nd and goal from the looks like 2.5. T. Higgins is in motion right now. T. Higgins is open. That is a first touchdown for T. Higgins. I had that. $90 for me. T. Higgins, Bengals on the board. Let's go, baby. That's it. I wasn't worried. Some were going to say I was worried that they were just going to keep getting inside the 1 yard line and not scoring. They scored. That's a touchdown. 6-3 Bengals. That's what you needed. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Wide open. Wide open. Jamar Chase. I'd like Jamar Chase to get involved in this game at some point, though. That does concern me. Let's go, T. Let's go, T. All right. Let's make the extra point. Oh, let's make the extra point, please. Those of us who have -3 need it. Kick is up. Kick is good. It is 7-3 Cincinnati. Let's go. We need one stop. We need one stop before the end of this half, and I feel great. I feel great about this game. I couldn't feel better. I've never felt better in my life than right now. Craig is right. Some are saying they did leave too much time. All right, commercial trivia. Commercial trivia. Here we go. Commercial trivia. Again, Molly has 1. Michael has 2. Ron has 1. Commercial trivia. Man, these questions are wild. What? You guys are going to... I'm not going to ask that one. I'm not going to... Those are bad trivia questions. Those are bad ones. Those are bad ones. All right, here we go. This one's going to be hard. This one's going to be hard. What 1982 Atari game was ranked the worst video game of all time by Electronic Gaming Monthly and PC World, amongst others? What 1982 Atari game was ranked the worst video game of all time? And I'll give a hint. So what 1982 Atari game was ranked the worst video game of all time? I'll give you a hint. It's based on a movie. Yes! They got it! Vandy 8-1. All right, Vandy 8-1 is on the board. Nathan Hines very close at second. Nate Johnson very close in third. But Vandy 8-1 joins the leaderboard. Vandy 8-1 has 1. Molly has 1. Mike Ackley has 2. Ron Esterman has 1. Those are our leaders at the commercial trivia. And we're at halftime, by the way, so I think I'm supposed to take a break. You guys want me to take a break or you want me to play trivia? What do you want to do? I can either take a break for 15 minutes or I can play trivia. What do you want to do? I feel like I should be writing this down, though. I feel like I should be writing it down. I got to write down the leaderboard. Here we go, I'm back. All right, they want trivia. So we got, just so we're clear here, probably shouldn't do this on my address paper. Let's rip that in half. Actually, hold on, let me get a new paper. New paper. All right, I got new paper. Hold on. Vandy 8-1 has 1. Molly has 1. Mike has 2. Ron has 1. Did I miss anybody? I don't think did I miss anybody? Might have missed somebody. Vandy 8-1, Molly, Ron, and Mike are our winners. Oh, there was also just a kickoff. Sorry. Thank you, David. Good stop. Here we go. We're back. It's fine. Negative 8 yards. Here we go. 2nd and 3. Scramble by Bo Nix. They're going to score, aren't they? I got too obsessed with the trivia. I shouldn't have been worried about the trivia. I'm getting punished for the trivia. David, I know the touchdown song, but I'm not going to sing it. That's a big stop. 2nd and 12. They lost 2 there. Clock continues to run. Tick, 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 tick. Bo Nix. Bo Nix, he's going to run it again. No, he's going to throw it again. That's a first down. They still have a timeout left. They're just about in Will Lutz's range. They're about 4 yards away from Will Lutz's range. That's a sack. That's a sack. That's a quarterback sack. You're sacked. Get on the floor. They have to call a timeout. That was a massive sack. Osai. Let's go, baby. Looks like he's going to get credit for a half sack there, maybe. Him and Trey. I think it's a half sack for both. No commercial break until halftime, or no trivia until halftime. Lock it in. We're locking it in. This is a half. It's not even a real commercial break. They're doing a triple screen. Here we go. We're back. We're back. Second and 17, 29 seconds left in this half. I'd love another quarterback sack. I'd love another quarterback sack. My cheeks are red. Here we go. Bo Nix, he's got nothing. He's running around. Sack him. That's a sack. That's a sack. That's a sack. Who was that? Johnson? Let's go. Clock runs, right? 3rd and 22? Where's he at a... What's going on there? Bengals timeout? Whoa. Whoa, Bengals timeout after the 3rd and 22 sack. They want the ball back. That seems like a strange timeout. That's a ballsy timeout there. That was a really ballsy timeout by Zach Taylor right there. You get a massive sack to end the half. And they want the ball back. All right. All right, Zach. I see you working. That seems like a bad timeout. I'm just going to say right now that seems like a really bad timeout. A really bad timeout. You're going to get the ball back with, what, 10 seconds in your own 10? That seems like a strange timeout. If Zach Taylor wants to do it, you can do it. But I don't know. That seems pretty silly. It's a dump down. Clock's going to run. This is going to do it. That's a stop. That's a stop by the Cincinnati Bengals defense yet again. End it. End it. End it. Over. 7-3 Bengals. 7-3 Bengals. And that Denver Broncos hat that everybody's wearing on the sideline, that looks stupid. Looks like a T or something. By the way, that timeout by Zach Taylor, that's going to get lost in this game because it didn't mean anything. That's one of the dumbest timeouts I've ever seen. I don't know if somebody was injured or what was going on there. That's the dumbest timeout I've ever seen. But I'm happy. We're positive. We're being positive right now. Zach Taylor's getting interviewed right now. I can only imagine it's pure genius out of his mouth right before the half. I don't know. Craig's saying he likes the timeout. I think the timeout's kind of silly. I think if you give Bo Nix a chance at a free shot downfield against this defense, I'm good. I'm good with ending the half there. Zach Taylor looks calm and collected walking in. Doesn't look happy. Doesn't look sad. He's ready to roll. Massive game by the Cincinnati Bengals. Massive performance by the defense in that first half. The offense looked good. Offense looked unstoppable. They should have 21 points. At the very least, they should have 17 points. I mean, they left 10 points on the board, but Jamar Chase dropping a wide open touchdown doesn't help anybody. All right, they want trivia. They want trivia. All right, so we'll do trivia. I've got Vandy 8-1 with 1, Molly with 1, Mike with 2, Ron with 1. Here we go. Here we go. I'll do a couple trivias here. I might have to go refill my water. What baseball team was originally called the Colt 45s? Which baseball team was originally called the Colt 45s? What baseball team was originally called the Colt 45s? I'll give everybody time to answer. David Shaw. David Shaw's the victor. David Shaw's who I saw first. You all knew it. You all knew it. You all knew that. But David Shaw is the first According to my phone. According to my phone, David Shaw is on the leaderboard. Okay. Okay, everybody's getting in here. Everybody's getting in on the trivia. That's all right. Here we go. That was pretty good. You guys all knew that one. I agree, Charles. I thought that timeout was nonsense, but to each their own. This one's about Dr. Seuss. I'm good on that. I don't need Dr. Seuss here. All right. What New York City borough makes up Kings County? What New York City borough makes up Kings County? Give you time to answer. What New York City borough makes up Kings County? Brooklyn. It's Brooklyn. It's Brooklyn. Aaron got it. I think Aaron gets credit for it. Aaron gets credit for it. Aaron gets credit for it. Aaron's on the leaderboard. Okay. So far we have Vandy 8-1, Molly, Ron, David Shaw, and Aaron all tied at 1. Mike Ackley is the leader with 2. Hold on. All right. Here we go again. I'm going to ask 2 more. 2 more, and then I'm going to take a little break and refill my water and pee. All right. Who sang the 80s hit Goody Two Shoes? Goody Two Shoes. Who sang the 80s hit Goody Two Shoes? Michael Ackley with a Game of Thrones quote in there. Who sang the 80s hit Goody Two Shoes? I've never heard of this person. But if you know it. Yes! Yes! A lot of people knew that? You guys know that? It is Adam Ant. Adam Ant is it. And that is the Robobuck. The Robobuck gets credit for the first on the board there. Robobuck. How about this? A lot of ones here. Nobody's getting that second one yet. Ron, there was a little bit of confusion there because I think he probably sent it at the same exact time as Mike. But Mike's just showed up first for me. But okay, there's that. All right, and we'll do one more. We'll do 2 more. I think I said 2 more. We'll do 2 more. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Where does Edward Norton's character meet Tyler Durden in the film Fight Club? Where does Edward Norton's character meet Tyler Durden in the film Fight Club? Let's see who gets it. Where does Edward Norton's character meet Tyler Durden in the film Fight Club? Michael Ackley. Michael Ackley has his 3rd point. Wow. It's going to be hard to come back in the second half. Aaron got it right. Blackmore knew that one. Leaderboard, Vandy 8-1, Aaron, Robobuck, Molly, Ron, David, all have 1. Mike Ackley has 3 heading into the final question of the half. The final question. Here we go. That is true. That is true. There is no fight club. Here we go. I don't know what that means. Hold on. All right, here we go. I actually don't know that, Charles. Who is that? Who did do that? Charles asked who hit the first home run at GABP. All right, here we go. All right, this is a good one. This is a good one. This is a good way to end the half trivia. Are we ready? Are we ready? Reggie Sanders was the first, huh? That's pretty cool. All right, final trivia question of the half. What side dish is known as, quote, the San Francisco treat? What side dish is known as the San Francisco treat? It is a brand. Mims is doubtful for the second half. That's brutal. He is playing with a broken hand. Gotta be more specific, David. You gotta be more specific. You gotta be more specific, David. It's a brand. It's a brand. You have to. David, you were right, but Ron was more specific. David, listen. You were right, but you had to say the whole thing. It was a brand. I gave the hint that it was a brand, and I have to stick with my word. It was Rice-A-Roni. It was Rice-A-Roni, and Ron Esterman got it. David was the back half of it short. He was right, but I said it was a brand, and then you didn't give me a brand. You just said rice. Ron has 2. Ron has 2. AJ, I don't think you were before Ron. I don't think you were. Leaderboard. Ron is in second place with 2. Mike has 3. And a whole bunch of people have 1. That's your leaderboard. All right. What's going to happen now? I'm going to go refill my water. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom and pee. And then I'll be back. And if I have time for trivia before we get back, that's what we'll do. So I'm going to mute my mic. And then I'm going to leave. I'm going to mute my mic, and then I'm going to leave. But don't everybody leave. I'm going to come back right back. But I got to take a pee. So here we go. What I'm going to do, I'm going to mute my mic. So I'm going to talk. You're not going to be able to hear me. Watch this. I'm back. I'm back. Kickoff just happened. Elliot's back. No need to fear. No need to fear. No need to fear. Yeah, so the halftime bug, I erased that. I guess it didn't save. But yes, that is my bad. That is not Casey's fault. That is my fault. First play of the second half is a Bengals first down to T. Higgins. I'd like Jamar Chase to get involved in this game at some point, but I guess it didn't save. But yes, that is my bad. That was my bad. That was my bad. That was not Casey's bad. That was my bad. First down. I actually feel great about this game. I feel pretty good about this game right now. Pitch. 5 yards. I'll take that. I'm not complaining about 5 yards. Not at all. Not at all. First half summary. Bengals at 162 yards. Broncos at 100 yards of offense. Most of it being on those first two drives there. First drive, really. 4 for 6 on third down. Bengals are winning pretty much every battle here. Higgins again in motion. Somebody caught it. Did he catch it? Oh, he dropped it. He dropped it. Are they saying he was down? They're saying he was down on that? Is that a first down or no? Are they calling that a catch? Because if that's a catch, that's a hell of a catch by Yoshi. Thrown up. Oh my God. That's a catch. No, that's a catch. Unbelievable, dude. That's unbelievable. Yeah, he had control. He had control all the way through. The ball got ripped out after it. That is a Bengals first down. They're reviewing it? Is that what's going on here? I mean, it is. I don't know exactly what to call it because it was a catch, but you never know in the NFL. You don't know what a catch is anymore. All right, commercial trivia. Commercial trivia. Here we go. Commercial trivia. Let's see if we get this one. Which triangular British pastry is often served with clotted cream and jam? What triangular British pastry is often served with clotted cream and jam? Robobuck. I got Robobucks first. Robobuck was first. Robobuck was first. Robobuck was first. 2. Robobuck joins the leaderboard. We'll see you next commercial break. It is a scone. It is a scone. Unbelievable catch by Yoshi. Yoshi with the defender in his face, intertwining arms. Unbelievable. Mike Hilton Cup. British food does stink. British food does stink. Here we go. We're back. Getting ready to roll. Unbelievable catch by Andre Yoshivas. Unbelievable catch. Unbelievable catch. Gene Sterator, thank you very much. Burrow. Mike Gesicki again. Mike Gesicki's all over this field. I would love him back. I would love Mike Gesicki back next year. I don't know what's going to happen with Eric All. Eric All is dealing with a bunch of knee issues, so if he's able to overcome that, I really like Eric All, but Mike Gesicki would be a great fit for the Bengals. 2nd and 1. Here we go. 2nd and 1. Run the ball. Give me a quick little run to Chase Brown. That is what they're going to do. Chase Brown up the gut. He's right there. He's right there. It looks like they're giving him a first. Referees saying 1. Other referees saying Bengals. First down by Chase Brown. There we go. Mike Gesicki's all over this field. Here we go. There we go. There's Jamar. There's Jamar. 7-yard catch. It's a 7-yard catch for Jamar. That's it. If we go up 14-3, I'm going to be very excited. No, Justin. No wine. Water. Ice cold water. Here we go. Burrow, unbelievable, man. 19-24, 178 and a touchdown. He should have had 2 touchdowns and 1 more completion. Jamar dropped wide open pass. But I don't judge. That is a, oh, God. Chase Brown, nothing, but there we go. He makes something out of nothing. I thought it was going to be a loss of 3. He ends up getting about 1.5 yards. So we'll take that. 3rd and short. 3rd and short, again inside the 10-yard line. They get inside the 10. I'll tell you what, the Bengals are able to get inside the 10 quite a bit. It's worked out once. I'd love for it to work out twice. Here we go. Come on now. Come on now. 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2. Flag. Yellow. On the offense. False start. Which just can't happen. I mean, it just can't happen like that. So, I mean, it just can't happen like that. Orlando Brown. Come on, guys. Third and 7. Timeout? Dude, what are these timeouts? Another garbage timeout by Zach Taylor there. Or whoever. 10 minutes left in the 3rd? You're in the red zone, dude. That's a silly timeout. That's a silly timeout. That's a really silly timeout. All right, 3rd and 7. Here we go. Here we go. Joseph. Make something happen, Joseph. Joseph's not going to make anything happen. Sack. They're forced to kick a field goal here. We got to fight. We got to fight on the field. Flag on that one too. I'm hoping that's on the Broncos. but I don't know. Orlando Brown might have been a little bit upset about how Joe Burrow was sacked there. I don't know what happened. I'm trying to read their eyes. I don't know if that's going to be on the Broncos, though. It might be unnecessary roughness on the Broncos. Illegal hands to the face on the defense. That's an automatic first down. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Automatic first down for the Bengals. How about that? Looks like Cody Ford got into it. Yeah, it was Ford. Just sticking up for his guys. Nothing wrong with sticking up with your guys. That's a first down. That is a massive penalty by the Denver Broncos. That is a massive penalty. That's a good luck bear. Joe Burrow. Here we go, buddy. Here we go, Joseph. Come on now. I thought they were offsides on that. Yeah, they throw it. It's offsides. It's a free play, Joe. He's sacked. He's sacked again. Offsides. That's another massive penalty. That's absolutely on the Denver Broncos. Absolutely that's on the Broncos. Benito's pissed. He's pissed. Be pissed. Let's see it. Let's see it. Yeah. 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 Keep moving them. Keep moving them sticks. Love it. Love it. We'll take all their penalties. This Broncos team is so bad. This Broncos team is such a fraudulent team. They would have been eviscerated by whoever they played in the first round. Eviscerated. This team stinks. Bengals could still lose the game. The Denver Broncos stink. So bad, man. First and goal. Inside the 5 again. Joe Burrow had 0 time to throw. All right. All right. He was throwing it to Jamar a little bit. If you had like 1/2 millisecond more, that was a touchdown for Jamar. Who was blocking him? What was the plan there? Chase Brown didn't let Burrow get drilled, but that was terrible. Second and goal. That's got to be flag. Pass interference? No, too high. Uncatchable maybe. Third and goal. Third and goal. Man, it is a fight for the Bengals. It is a fight once they get inside like the 10-yard line to score a touchdown. I feel like that's been kind of the story of the year. Had him, just overthrew him. Way overthrown. Way overthrown. It's probably for the best, though. Third and goal. We need this one. Joseph Burrow. No. Catch the ball. Flag. Never mind. Hold on. Hold on. We got a flag. If they start drop, what was that on? Is that on the offense? That's not on the offense, is it? I wish I had volume. It looks like it's on the offense. They're declining it. I mean, this team has to catch the football. Has to catch the football. It's off his shoulder, dude. How do you not have that? I mean, it doesn't matter anyway, but that's a big penalty by the Bengals. Here comes Cade. How are they not catching these footballs, man? Make the kick, please. 22 yards. I don't ask for a lot, but I ask for a 22-yard made field goal. Up. It's good. All right, 10-3. 10-3. It's not what we wanted. It's not what you want. You get inside the 5 every single possession. It's got to look better inside the 5. I don't know if it's red zone play calling or just poor execution. There's a ladybug in my room. There's a ladybug in my room. You just got to be better. We just got to be better inside the red zone. 10 points today by the Cincinnati Bengals offense almost seems like an embarrassment. What is that? There's a ladybug flying in here. All right. All right, they want trivia. One more trivia. Here we go. Trivia. Here we go. Here we go. What hair color appears twice in the title of Bob Dylan's 1966 double album? What hair color appears twice in the title of Bob Dylan's 1966 double album? David Shaw. That one's David Shaw. David Shaw got that one. It was blonde. It was blonde. David Shaw got that one. It was blonde. It was blonde. What hair color appeared twice in Bob Dylan's 1966 album? It was blonde. All right. I mean, the Bengals have dominated this game in every single way. Every single way. The fact that there is only 10 points to show for it, maddening. It's pretty maddening. Tap the lucky bear. Tap the lucky bear. That's crazy. I agree, Jade. I don't think Joe Burrow and Jamar are in sync in this game. I don't think they've been in sync since kickoff. I don't know what's going on, but it just hasn't felt right from that standpoint. He's been able to hit Mike Gesicki. Mike Gesicki's the guy when it's not working elsewhere, you just go to Mike Gesicki, and it always works there. But they've been able to move the football, though. That's the crazy part. I mean, they've been able to they haven't even been close to a punt. Bengals offense has looked flawless up until they get inside the red zone. A pick six would be great, Jeremy. I would love a pick six. All right, come on now. Let's roll, baby. That's a run. That is a stop. Was that Estime? They got 3 running backs, dude. I get confused which one's which. That was McLaughlin. Now running back 2 comes in. 3 running back. It's been a good game. I mean, it's like I feel like Bengals have played well. Defensively, they've been great. I don't know what's going on with the offense inside the red zone. I mean, they just keep getting yards, man. Well, even when you make a little bit of contact, they just get so many yards. It's going to be 3rd and an inch. A run by Estime there. That's RB2 maybe. I don't know who the hell's RB1, 2, and 3 in there in that committee. All right, here we go. It's going to be 3rd and very short. They're going to QB sneak it, and it looks like they're going to get it by a significant margin. Yeah, first down. First down, Denver. I'll tell you what. I love Joe Burrow. Love Joe Burrow. Not having a quarterback that can quarterback sneak does kind of suck. I understand why you don't quarterback sneak with Joe Burrow. I get it. I would like to not injure my quarterback on that play, but it's just such an easy way to get a yard. It's just such an easy way to get a yard. Here we go. Right up the gut. I mean, Estime just tore. Now it's McLaughlin again. Another first down. Back-to-back first downs by the Broncos. Bengals defense needs to stop here. I know I've been saying, you say it every time, but 10 points by the offense, man. 10 points. Here we go. Here we go. Pitch. Stuffed. There we go. That's a good stuff. Davis Gaither with the tackle. 2nd and 11. Loss of 1. This game is flying by. Flying by. 6:24, I guess, because nobody's scoring and there are a decent amount of runs here. Chase Brown, there's not enough nice words to say about Chase Brown. He doesn't have a backup running back, and he's been starting all these games. He gets every touch. Unbelievable. Here we go. Swing play. Looks like Mims. Is that Mims? Does Cortland Sutton have a catch today? I feel like Cortland Sutton hasn't been involved. It's going to be 3rd and short again. Cortland Sutton has 1 catch for 7 yards. 1 catch for 7 yards. Here we go. 3rd and 2. This is a big one. This is the one you got to get. I think they're going to go for it even if they didn't get it. I assume it's going to be a run. It is not. No. Fumble. Oh. Out of bounds. I can't cuss. Almost tipped at the line. It was a swing pass to Mims again. First down. Fumbled it. Ball was loose. Went right out of bounds. Incomplete pass by Bo Nix. 2nd down. No flag. Cortland Sutton is begging for some sort of penalty. Not going to get it. Newton's pissed. There we go. There we go. 2nd and 10. Here we go. Come on now. Mims back out in the field. 2nd and 10. Under 5 to go in the 3rd. Under 5 to go in the 3rd. That is a run. Man, he is just... I mean, McLaughlin is just torching this team. Just torching them. Easy first down. I just don't know how it's an automatic 11. Every time. Up the gut. All right, they're at the 21. It is a run play again, and again, he gets 13, 14. McLaughlin's getting whatever he wants. This is where the Bengals defense held up last time. So, and I do think, like, it's, the play calling does get different once you get inside the 10-yard line. It's just such a short field. You're limited. Make a tackle. God. Even when he has nowhere to go, he gets 3. All right, 2nd and goal. Second and goal. It's a long 7 yards they got to go. Ooh, he jumped. I think we were off. It's a touchdown. Ask and you shall receive. Cortland Sutton. Back shoulder. I mean, it just can't happen like that. That was a drive that just slaughtered our defense. Slaughtered our defense. Just a really good catch. Really good throw. Really bad coverage. 10-9. Extra point. Miss one for me, Will. Miss one for me. You made it. 10-10. Nah, it's not good. Bengals offense has been good. I mean, Bengals offense has been ready to roll. So, go down, march down the field, score again. Make sure you take points. Please. This Broncos team, I refuse to say they're good. I refuse to say the Broncos are good. It just can't be that easy for them to run the ball with their 9 running backs. They have 15 running backs. All right, trivia. Trivia. What kind of daisy is also a style of skiing? What kind of daisy is also a style of skiing? What kind of daisy is also a style of skiing? Who's going to get it? Casey says pizza. No, it is not slalom. It is, I'll ask it again. Nobody's gotten it. What kind of daisy is also a style of skiing? If you don't know daisies, just say styles of skiing. Styles of skiing. I'll give everybody 15 more seconds here. Otherwise, that's a wash. Everett. Everett's in the chat. Welcome, Everett. Yeah, it is Elliot today. Filling in. Filling in. It is not water. It's looking like nobody's going to get this. It's looking like nobody's going to get it. What kind of daisy is also a style of skiing? And it's looking like nobody's gotten it. Daisy Duck is not the right answer. And I'm not seeing any answers. So it is alpine. It is alpine skiing. Nobody gets that one. Alpine. Alpine skiing. That round of trivia. Leaderboard, by the way. Robobuck, Ron, and David all have 2. Mike Ackley has 3. Vandy, Molly, Aaron all have 1 in the trivia contest, the commercial trivia contest. Bo and Sean Payton, looks like they're arguing about something. A little heated discussion there. 12 plays, 70 yards. Easiest drive I've ever seen. Couple third downs, but 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, it doesn't do anything with this defense. All right, here we go. Running it out of the end zone. Good return. Good return. Good return. It's good to see Jermaine Burton do something. There we go, baby. Run straight to the slot machines. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Positive. I'm staying positive today. I think I've been pretty positive on this show. I think I've remained pretty positive. All right, first and 10, 36-yard line. That is a run, another run by Chase Brown. Chase Brown's been incredible. Aaron says, anybody else really like Burton as a kick returner? I love Burton as a kick returner. I love it. I'm cool with him staying next year and being the full-time kick return, punt returner guy. No disrespect to the great Charlie, but I'm cool without him. All right, Joe. Come on. 2nd and 7. Game is flying by. Joseph Burrow wide open. Gesicki again. He's everywhere. He is absolutely everywhere. Is that 7 catches today for Mike? Has to be. Yeah, 7 catches, 57 yards. Jamar Chase, 3 for 27. Higgins, 4 for 40. Gesicki's been a godsend in this game. He's been playing his ass off. He had 1 bad drop, but outside of that, he's been pretty lights out. Unbelievable performance from Mike. Here we go, Joseph. Sacked. Just sacked. This offensive line's beaten to hell. I mean, they've just been beat up all year. Gonna have to revamp everything next year. Mims has had a hell of a year, but obviously it's difficult today with a broken hand to stay in the game. Second and 17. Hate the chances. Hate their chances of any sort of production. The shot of Mims on the sideline. Mims, I want a statue of Mims built outside of Paycor Stadium. Playing through all sorts of injuries. Is that a timeout again? Tell me that's not a timeout. Zach, what are you doing? What are we doing? 2 timeouts before the 4th quarter? That can't happen. Why? It's what are you saving here? 2nd and 17? What's another 5? That's putrid. Putrid by this coaching staff. We'd have no timeouts by the 4th quarter. Catch to Jamar. He gets to the 50. What are these timeouts? That nonsense timeout right before halftime. And we've used 2 in the 3rd? Are we just playing to milk the clock? And pray somebody figures out a play right before the snap? I don't get it. I've never seen timeout mismanagement quite like this. They don't have any timeouts left. Play clock all the way down. Burrow 3rd and 8. Pressure is all the way there. There is a flag. Go, 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 go. Go, go. Backflip in. It's a touchdown. There is a flag. There is a flag, but that's a touchdown. Please don't be in the offense. Please, one time, don't be in the offense. Don't be in the offense. Please don't be in the offense. Is it on the offense? It's on the offense. Great play by Burrow. Great play by Yoshi. Negated by Gesicki. 3rd and 13. I just don't get... Whatever. I mean, I don't cuss. This is a kid's show. Here we go. 3rd and 13. Gonna take a miracle. Do they have a miracle left in them? Joe Burrow scrambling, running. Go down. Don't go. 1st down. Joseph Burrow almost kicked over my water. What a play. After that garbage. Put up your 4s. Amazing play to end the 3rd quarter. Joe Burrow scrambling, didn't go down, took the tackle like a man. That's a man's man. That penalty wiping away that touchdown sucks. Whatever. First down, Joseph Lee. Trivia. Commercial. What MSNBC personality hosted ESPN SportsCenter for several years? What MSNBC personality hosted ESPN SportsCenter for several years? Fours. Also put your fours up. And like the stream. I haven't said like the stream once. You got to like the stream as well. David Shaw is refusing to answer. David, you know it. Say it. You better say it. Rick S. Rick S. has got it. They all knew it, but they were not saying it out of protest. Rick is on the board. Yeah, Keith is strange, isn't he? All right. Like the stream. Retweet the stream. Share the stream. Put the stream on your mailbox and have somebody come and get the stream, and then have them give it to Amazon, and then have Amazon ship the stream to somewhere else. Like the stream. Fourth quarter. Jacob's in here, the real host. I'm filling in for Jacob. Not doing as good of a job, but I'm here. I'm here. We're having fun. Probably the biggest game of the Bengals season. They call in the fourth stringer. But I'm here. I'm ready to roll. I wish it was a more exciting game. 10 to 10. 10 to 10. Touchdown wiped away. But all right. Did I give the leaderboard? I think I gave the leaderboard, right, David? Vandy 8-1-1, Molly 1, Mike 3, Ron 2, David 2, Aaron 1, RoboBuck 2, Rick 1. That's your leaderboard for trivia. Only have one more quarter left to trivia. 10 to 10, Bengals driving yet again off the back of Joseph Lee Burrow. Been a kind of crazy game. Offense just hasn't looked as good in a way, but they've also looked phenomenal in the fact that they haven't punted. Rico's nowhere to be found. 1st and 10 on the Broncos' 36-yard line. Let's go, baby. Changing the play, changing the play, changing the play. Please don't call another timeout. There we go. Snapped. Great play by Jamar Chase. Great play by Joe Burrow. We'll take 6 yards. 5 or 6 yards. I'll give it 6. There's my water. All right, here we go. 2nd and 4. This is where I would dial up the Chase Brown play, but I'm not the head coach. The head coach likes to keep calling his timeouts for no reason. No reason at all. 2nd and 4. Just no time. Sack. Another sack. Burrow's getting hit quite a bit today. Quite a bit. I think we lost all the yards we gained. So it's going to be about 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. Let's go. We're in mystery kicking range. We don't know what the range is of these kickers here. Cade York, Evan. He's got Gesicki again. He's going to be short. 4 yards short. You have to kick the field goal at some point. You need 3 points. Tell me they're kicking this. They're not kicking this? You have to kick this one. You have to kick this one. Zach, dude, don't do this. Zach, call a time. You can't call a timeout. We're out of timeouts if you call another timeout. Offense stays out. Offense stays out. This is the game. This is the game. You can't not get this. Why are you going for this? That's why. 1st down. Chase Brown, 1st down. I never doubted it for 1 second. Not for a second did I doubt that play call. First down, Zach Taylor, good job. Good work. That's how you do it. Unbelievable play by the Bengals. First down, 1st and 10. Here we go. This kicker does have the longest leg in Bengals history, David. Record-setting field goal last game, so. Second and 6. Timeout, Denver. Great drive. Great drive so far. I never doubted that fourth. That was a face mask. He missed another face mask? It was a hard to read face mask, though. It was hard to see that one. My question is, if we have the replays available immediately, why don't we just call the things right? If like somebody sees a face mask, can we like, hey, ref, face mask. Oh. Flag. Just once. Here we go. Joseph Burrow. End zone. End zone. Let's go! T. Higgins. T. Higgins. Two for T. Higgins. Unbelievable throw. Unbelievable throw to keep the Bengals season alive in the biggest moment of the year. Joe Burrow. That's why you pay T. Higgins. That's why you pay him. That's why you pay him. Are they going to pay him? I don't know. That's why you pay him. Unbelievable catch. He's just big. He can go up and get the ball. Make it. 17. 17-10. 17-10. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. That is how you do it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Do you want me to sing it? I don't know. Here's the thing, guys. I don't like to do this because I get the lyrics confused towards the end of the song. So now I can't do it if I have to look up the lyrics. So if you want me to do it, do you want me to do it? If I do it and I mess up, it's not my fault. Is that part of the deal? Can I do it if I mess up and I don't get it right? Is that part of the deal? I'll do it. All right, I'll do it. All right. Here we go. Hear the Bengals growling, mean and angry. See the Bengal prowling, lean and hungry. An offensive brute, run passer boot. And defensively he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna lead to. This team cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on the board and cheer the game for Cincinnati. See, I didn't want to do that because I mess up towards the end. And you guys are going to make fun of me. But I did it. I didn't want to do that because I messed it up at the end. I told you I messed it up at the end. I always mess it up at the end. Touchdown Bengals. Touchdown. I'm sorry. There's a ladybug on my shoulder. Look at this. Oh, it's gone now. I don't know where it went. Did it go in my ear hole? I killed it. I killed the ladybug. It had to be done. I'm sorry for those who like ladybugs, but it's dead now. I had to kill that ladybug. There was no other choice. Okay. All right. Bengals up 17-10. I didn't do trivia this time, so we'll skip it for the next time. We'll skip it for the next time. Do we have faith in our defense, Jade? No, we do not. Of course we don't. We have zero faith in the defense. But you're going to have to trust them a little bit. I had to kill the ladybug. I had to kill it. All right, here we go. I'm not going to say one stop wins this game, but the Broncos have had no chance. What a stuff. Stuffed him. I don't know how to say that guy's last name, or I'd say it. But great play by the special teams. Cincinnati Bengals. Let's go, baby. I don't get why teams return it. I really don't. I don't understand for the life of me why a team would return any football that's kicked anywhere near the end zone. You get to the 30-yard line if you just let it go. I don't get it. But good for the Bengals. I'll take it. Blackmore. That was funny. All right, 6:50. Here we go. It is 6:50. This game is flying by. Let's see if the Broncos continue to run it with all 9 of their running backs. And they do. And he gets 10 yards. Can you get a stop? There's no way McLaughlin should have a billion yards. A billion. I know it's not a billion, but let me exaggerate. I don't get how they know the run's coming. Bo Nix has thrown 9 times in this game. They have to know the run is coming. Lou, you have to know. Lou, how do you not know that the run is coming? How? You have to know the run is coming. Up the middle. First down. Them getting 5 yards, the Broncos getting 5 yards on the run, it shouldn't be that easy. It just shouldn't be that easy. One time I'd like this defense. Mike Hilton was playing good in the first half. Haven't seen him a ton here in the second. Even when they're stuffed, they're not really stuffed. Good stop, though. Good stop. Battle with the play. Good play, Battle. 2nd and 10. Could have been like a loss of 2, but a hurdle by Estime gets him back to the line. Let's finish a game. Let's have a nice, easy victory over the Denver Broncos. 2nd and 10, 2 more stops. 1 stop here and then 1 stop at... There's got to be a flag on that play. No flag. Doesn't matter. First down to Courtland Sutton. It's just so easy. I mean, it's so easy to get a first down. I have to watch Bo Nix's stupid smile. Smiling like a jerk. Mike Hilton has played phenomenally today. Mike Hilton has been fantastic. Here we go. Come on now. Is it a run? No. We're going to air it out. He's going deep. He's going real deep. He's going deep. He's open, dude. How are you that open? There's no way you're that open. I mean, there's just no way you're that open. Why haven't they been doing it all game? 50-yard touchdown to Mims. What is this defense? Are you kidding me? Miss it. There's no way it should be that easy to score a touchdown. Control the clock and end the game with a touchdown. If we have a 5-minute touchdown drive here, I mean, they scored in 3 seconds, so it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I mean, how does that happen? It can't happen on every single play. They get chunk yards every single play. I mean, it's just nonsense to me. It really is. It's nonsense. (17-17). The Bengals offense has left at least 10 points on the board. And we still have a close game here. 17-17. Jamar Chase dropping that touchdown might end up being the play of this game. Which stinks because the offense has played so much better than that. Mike Gesicki has been phenomenal. Chase Brown has been phenomenal. Joe Burrow has been phenomenal, as he always is every single game. T. Higgins has been phenomenal. I just need more out of Jamar Chase. He's being locked up. Shut down. I really hope this isn't the game where they lose their season. I really don't want to be a part of the game where they lose their season. I'm really hoping that's not going to be the case. Because they've dominated this game. They've dominated it. At no point have they even thought about bringing out Recal. $8:48. If you can milk 6 minutes off, I feel okay. I mean, Bo Nix is 15 of 18. 155 yards, 2 scores. Out of the back of the end zone. All right, Bengals start at the 30. Bengals are starting at the 30. Game's starting to slow up a little bit. Game is starting to slow up. First down. All right. First down. Here we go. This is where it starts. First down. It's not a run. It's a throw. It's a Joe Burrow quarterback sack. This offensive line's not going to cut it, man. This offensive line is just not going to cut it. How many sacks is that? I mean, how many sacks is that? 5 sacks? Has he been sacked 5 times today? Are you kidding me? What are we doing? I know they're banged up. 5 sacks? I mean, how many more are we going to give up? 2nd and 14. Uphill battle. Pressure coming again. Jamar Chase, short little play here. Got a couple yards. It's going to make it 3rd and manageable, I guess. 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9. Joe Burrow has come up in pretty much every play. Every big play in this game. 6 catches, 48 yards for Jamar Chase. Has just been bottled up. Bottled up. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, guys. Burrow Doesn't have time. What a catch. What a catch. Unbelievable catch by T. Higgins. Another massive catch. And we milked a lot of time doing it. Fantastic. Fantastic drive. Unbelievable play by Joe Burrow again. He takes a shot again. T. Higgins, man. The discussion of whether to pay him, I know it's going to be exhausting in the offseason. But I don't know if the offense looks like this without him. I don't know. Here we go. First down. Brown trying to take it outside. Got nothing. Got a yard. Maybe a yard. Maybe a yard. A lot of times coming off early. I mean, a lot of it. We've milked 3 minutes of clock and have gotten 15 yards. Burrow. He's got Chase again for another short yardage play. That's okay. Well, that's okay. 3rd and 4. That's a 5-yard catch. 3rd and 4. Keep trying to feed him. Something good's going to happen eventually. Third and 4. 5.5 minutes to go in this game. They've milked all of the clock. Keep milking it. Another first down would be massive, obviously. Come on. One more, bud. Got him again. No, pick it up. Pick it up. No, please tell me he was down. Incomplete? Incomplete is fine, I guess. They're saying incomplete. I don't know what's going on. It's a fumble by T. Higgins if Sean Payton wants to challenge it. He caught it and it was a first down and he lost it. It looks like a catch and a fumble to me. It looks like a catch and a fumble to me. Payton is threatening to throw that flag. I don't know if he's going to throw it. It looked like it. It looks. Is he going to keep it? He's throwing it. I think we're going to lose that. I think the Bengals are going to lose that. That's a fumble. That's a fumble. I think that was a fumble. How does he let that happen? T. Dude. How does he let that happen? I mean, there's just no way. I think he had possession of it. It looked like he had control of that football when he made the move. Even if it's an incomplete, the defense is going to hold the Broncos? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, we need it to be incomplete, but I just can't believe every single game this season, the ball just doesn't drop the Bengals' way. It just doesn't drop doesn't drop our way. Nothing drops our way. Hasn't happened once this season. Happened once. It happened against the Cowboys. It's the only time it's ever happened. I don't get it. I don't get it. Ron, the Broncos are at midfield if it's ruled a fumble. But we're at the 50. Such big turnovers and such big moments. I don't know. Losing like this is going to suck. It is going to suck. I can't turn on my TV and hear what they're saying. I mean, it looks like a complete pass to me, but I'm not Gene Steratore. Call overturned. First play from scrimmage. All right. Got, a couple yards, but it's fine. 2nd and 9. 2nd and 9. Second and 9. 2nd and 9. 2nd and 9. Changing the play. It is a fake run. Bengals fell for it. But, all right. Is that Troutman? Troutman makes a 4-yard, 5-yard catch. 3rd down. I mean, it's 3rd and 4. It's the biggest play of the game. Here we go. Biggest play of the game. Pick 6 would be great. I'd love a pick 6. Come on, 1 quarterback sack. Give me 1 quarterback sack. Maybe a strip sack. A fumble rooski. Give me something. Do not let them get this so easy. Please don't let them get this easy. Come on. Anybody on that side? Anybody on that side want to step up? Make the tackle! They don't tackle. How don't they? How don't they tackle? No one knows how to tackle. 17 weeks in an NFL season, nobody has learned how to tackle. Had him stopped. Run. 2 yards. Clock milks. Will Lutz is warming up. The team can't tackle. The team doesn't know how to play defense. They have a good first half. Second half's been a train wreck. 2nd and 8. They need about 4 more yards. They'll try one. It's going to be a fake. Good play. Good stuff. Good stuff. BJ Hill, I love you. Flag? On who? It better be on the offense. It better be on the offense. Ineligible man? Decline. Eat shit. No cursing. This is a kid's show. Third and 15. If they give up a 15-yard first down, I'm going to leave. I dare him to get a 3rd and 15 here. I'll leave. 3rd and 15. Bengals don't have any timeouts because Zach Taylor wanted to use them all in the third quarter. Bug in my room. I don't know what we're talking about here. Refs are talking about something. Can't read their lips. He's doing some weird thing with his hands. I don't know enough football to know what that means. Clock start? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. If they get this 3rd and 15, I'm walking out. I'm walking out. This is the biggest play of the game. This is the biggest play of the game. If the defense can't stop a team on 3rd and 15 on the biggest play of the game, there's just no hope. And they didn't deserve to make. They don't deserve it anyway. But you just don't deserve to make the playoffs if you give this up. Bo Nix on the run. Bo Nix throw. Intercepted. That's interception. Run. No, go down. Go down. Intercepted. 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 Let's go. One time. They stood up one time. One stop. One stop. One stop. Unbelievable play. Unbelievable play. Unbelievable play. Jermaine Pratt, I'll tell you what. I don't know if Jermaine Pratt's good at football, but Jermaine Pratt's able to get an interception or a fumble or something in the final seconds of a game. He's able to do that. Is that good? Is it bad? I don't know. Joe Burrow run. Joe Burrow throw. Wide open. Run. Run, baby. Run, baby. He's up. He's up. Run. First down. It's a first down. First down. Two minutes left. Let me say this very clearly. If the Bengals miss a kick to lose this game, if we miss like a 10-yard field goal, I'm going to go downstairs in my basement, and I'm going to put my hand in the blender. That's what I'm going to do. Respectfully. I'm trying to stay calm. We're trying to stay calm. I'm trying to stay calm. I'm trying to stay calm. I hope it's another touchdown too. So help me God, if this comes down to Cade York missing a field goal, I'll lose my mind. I'll lose it. If Cade York loses this game, I'm going to yell loudly. Chatterbox Bengals live at Champions next Thursday, January 2nd. Or this Thursday. What's today's date? Today's Saturday? The time in between Christmas and New Year's doesn't count. They've got 2 timeouts. Broncos have 2 timeouts. Bengals have 1 because Zach Taylor wanted to use them all in the third on a 2nd and 17 play, which worked. But all right. I don't know what you call here. I really don't. I assume they got to run it once. Burrow, dump down to Chase Brown. Chase Brown gets 4 yards, but he goes out of bounds. That's no good. Went out of bounds there. A yard's a yard, but this win would be pretty big. I mean, this win would be just the biggest. Biggest win of the year. First time they've beaten a team with a winning record. First time they've beaten a team that's had a starting quarterback all year. I'd run it once. I mean, I think. They're not going to. They're throwing. Out route to Jamar couldn't get 2 hands on it. Incomplete. 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6 with $1:50 left. A first down ends this football game. A first down ends the football game. They're not running the ball, so Broncos still have 2 timeouts, and pretty much no time has been run off the clock. It comes down to this, 3rd and 6. I don't hate Zach Taylor for throwing there. Trust Joe Burrow. I'd rather lose with Joe Burrow than anybody else. 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6. They're bringing the house. Burrow, not a lot of time. He finds him. And that's a first down. First down, Bengals. That's it. They got to burn a timeout. We'll see what Zach Taylor elects to do here. I wouldn't be opposed to 3 knees. I wouldn't be opposed to it. You can't score a touchdown here too quick if you give him a minute 50 or a minute 40 with a timeout. You have to run the ball, I think. But do you want to score a touchdown here? You don't. You don't want to score a touchdown here. I don't think you do. $139. First and goal. It has to be a run play. It is. Nowhere to go. Now he takes the outside. Goes down. Chase Brown had a touchdown. He went down. Chase Brown took a shot to the head, it looked like, or something. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Chase Brown's down. This isn't good. This isn't good. This isn't good. This is really, really bad. This is really, really bad. Was it a knee? Did he twist up the knee? Oh, no. Oh, if that's the cost, then just go in the end zone, buddy. Is it a knee? He's really, really upset, and I can't hear what they're saying on the TV. Tell me he's okay. Tell me you're okay. Please tell me Chase Brown's okay. He does not look pleased. If that's the cost, man. That can't be the way it ends. Tell me he's okay. I don't think he's okay. He's up. He's walking. He looks pretty good walking. I don't know if it was a shot to the head or the knees. Again, I can't hear anything. It's his knee. He's up walking, but I don't know. I don't know if we heard something or maybe an ankle sprain. He's walking around on the sideline, he looks okay, but he's still pretty pissed off. He's still pretty pissed off. Knee it here if you're Joe Burrow, almost certainly, because scoring a touchdown would be their quarterback sneaking. They're gonna call him short. No, they're calling him a touchdown. Joe Burrow, touchdown. That's a sneak. I said that he wouldn't. He's doing the gritty. Joe Burrow, touchdown. All right. I don't understand scoring the touchdown there if you told... I don't understand scoring the touchdown there if you told Chase Brown to go down. Right? That seems silly to me. I like having 7 points. Am I wrong here? I mean, why would you do that? If you're going to tell... Because now we lose our running back for the game. Why wouldn't you just tell him to... I don't get it. It's a touchdown. Bengals have a touchdown. The Bengals have the lead, but I'm very conflicted. I don't know. I don't know. 7-point lead. I hear the Bengals. Hear the Bengals growling. Maybe Chase Brown did it by himself. He decided to go down. But I feel like if the whole plan is to score the touchdown there, you certainly don't go down to save... I don't know. I'm happy. I'm happy. I know it doesn't look like I'm happy. I'm happy. I don't know. I feel like if you take a knee there, we get to what? 50, 45 seconds? Take another knee and the game's over, right? Because otherwise, Chase Brown just lost his leg for nothing. I'm happy they scored a touchdown. Joe Burrow, very happy. But at what cost was that? They still have $1.30. $1.30 and a timeout. Super chat from Chase, Joe Burr, thank you. We got a long way to go. We got a long way to go in this one. 24-17. I don't understand why Zach Taylor just did that, man. If somebody could walk me through that, maybe Craig will in the postgame show. But that's the most clueless thing I've ever seen. You lose your running back. For what? Minute 30. Here we go. Biggest minute 30 of the year. Bo Nix, all the time in the world, per usual, scrambling. Nobody touches him. 8 yards out of bounds. Man, I don't understand that. I don't understand what happened. Here we go. 2nd and 4. 2nd and 4. Keep them in bounds. Whatever you do, keep them in bounds. He's scrambling again. Did he catch that? Cortland Sutton couldn't have caught that. Cam Taylor-Britt. It's just a good catch. He's out of bounds, too. 1:15. They're past midfield. They have a timeout. Time is not an issue for the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix, he hit him late. He hit him real late. That's a catch by Cortland Sutton. He's in bounds. Bo Nix took a shot. But again, time is not the issue. All the time in the world. 3 pretty easy first downs there. 50 seconds. Inbounds. Good tackle. That's a great tackle. 40 seconds. Clock running. They're not going to call it yet. Not going to call it yet. They're not going to call it. They're not spiking it. 30 seconds. Come on. One stop. End zone shot. No. No flag. 3rd and 7. 3rd and 7. Okay, here we go. 3rd and 7. Now we go. All right, here we go. Come on. 3rd and 7. 2 more stops. 2 more stops. 2 more stops and we all go home winners. Except we lose our running back. Which just can't happen. 3rd and 7. 3rd and 7. 3rd and 7. Anybody? He's short. He caught it, but he's short. Clock runs 15. They have to call their timeout. They're dumb if they don't call a timeout. 4th and 2, they called it. 1 play. It's 1 play. It comes down to 1 play. It comes down to 1 play. I mean, he was so wide open. I mean, Cam Taylor-Britt is just nowhere near his man. I mean, just... Takes 1 play. 4th and 1 is what they're calling it. It's a long one, though. They can't quarterback sneak it. The game would end. It's going to have to be a pass. Fourth and 1. 4th and 1. Pressure's there. Bo Nix, a miracle throw. No. No way. No. There's no way. Please tell me there's no way. Oh my God. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. How does it always happen? Why does it always happen? Why does it always happen like that? It can't happen like that. What are you doing? What are you doing? Please roll it incomplete. Are you kidding me? They're going for one. Zach Taylor, what are you doing, dude? Why? Why did you not kneel the ball? It doesn't make sense. Your running back has to tear his ACL for you just to score on the next play? They should have gone for two. They would have won. What is wrong with you? Now would have been a good time to have a couple timeouts, Zachy. Had to burn 2 in the third quarter, Zachy? I don't blame the defense for that. You know what the defense is bad. So why are you putting the defense back on the field? You know the defense is bad. I'm going to tell you right now. I don't know what's worse. If he told Chase Brown to go down and have him tear his ACL, presumably, whatever that is, and I don't want to presume. If he told Chase Brown to go down and then purposefully scored on the next play, he's the biggest moron of all time. But he's also the biggest moron for scoring on that play anyway, because you just milked the clock and now you knee. Overtime. I mean, he's the biggest moron of all time. He's the biggest. I don't know how you keep him. I really don't. The best offense in the NFL doesn't make the playoffs. $1.99 super chat. KP, thank you. Super Zach does it again. I think Zach Taylor might be the world's biggest moron. I don't like to be disrespectful for somebody I truly don't know personally. Haven't said a word to him. But you have to be intentionally stupid to do what you just did. Intentionally. You have to try to be that stupid. Comes down to a coin toss. Let's call it right, Browning. And I gotta pee. I mean, I just have to pee really bad. I mean, I have to urinate so bad. I don't mean to be too graphic, but... That's our ball. I think that's ball. Zach Taylor has to be the world's biggest moron. What are you doing? I got a trivia question. Who's the biggest moron at Paycor Stadium? Who's the biggest moron at Paycor Stadium? How does this happen? Winner goes to David Shaw, Zach Taylor. Coach Taylor, actually Tyler Stevens won it. Tyler Stevens, you won it. Coach Taylor. Zach Taylor, David Shaw. Mike Brown, the fool. You're close. You're about right. Vandy, Taylor. Zach Taylor, AJ Worse, you get a point. I can't do it, man. If they lose this game and we lose our running back because Zach Taylor wants to play stupid ball, he can go play stupid ball down in... I'm not going to curse. I was going to curse again, and I'm not going to do it. I don't know if Jacob curses on this show, and I can't text him right now and ask. I'm not going to curse. I'm not going to curse. But you have to be a fucking moron. A legitimate fucking moron to do what Zach Taylor just did. You have to be stupid. It's hard to be that stupid. I don't know if I've ever been that stupid. Let's win a football game, though. Sorry for cursing. I don't curse. I don't curse. Decent return. Nate Johnson asks, how is Chase Brown smarter than the coach? I don't know. I don't know. Shout out to the fool. Thank you for joining us. I'm trying to be positive. I'm really trying to be as positive as I can, guys. I'm sorry. This is where Jacob's better than this at me because I want to pout. I'm ready to pout. I'm really ready to just pout. 1st and 10. Ball's in Joe Burrow's hands. I like my chances. What a catch. Are they going to rule it a catch? Please rule it a catch. It's a catch. Mike Gesicki, a hell of a first down catch. Evan, thank you for joining, Evan. Love you. It's a hell of a catch. First down. I'm trying to be positive. I'm going to be positive. Deep breaths. I'm going to be positive. I can be positive. I can be positive. First down. Run, baby. Run, baby. It's a 6-yard gain by Joe Burrow as of now, but there's a flag. I see yellow. Illegal contact, defense, first down. All right. We'll take that. We'll take that. They are good in spite of their coach. I won't hear the Zach Taylor stuff anymore. I really won't. If you want to say Zach Taylor coaches up this offense to being good, I mean, the players are better than him, so players know more than him. Off the edge, Herbert. Good to see Herbert. Key trade acquisition by the Cincinnati Bengals this season. I think they traded a 2029 7th-round conditional pick for him. Real good stuff there by Khalil Herbert. 2nd and 7. Come on. Come on. Come on. Burrow's going to take a sack. Third and 15. If we're lucky. This offensive line's just getting bullied. Zach Taylor. Third and 14. Biggest play of the game again. Joseph doesn't have anybody. Feels the pressure. Sack. It's over. I'm so mad. I'm going to try to keep it calm. Fourth down. First punt of the day in overtime because Zach Taylor was stupid. It's a great punt. 10-yard line. The issue is now you're battling the clock. A tie would eliminate the Bengals, obviously, from postseason. So 6:43, you need a 3 and out. At most, they can get 2 first downs. At most. Bengals have 2 timeouts. Thankfully, overtime replenishes the timeouts that Zach Taylor lost in the third quarter. For no fucking reason. Excuse my language, I don't curse. I mean, do I even say defense, go get them? Do I say defense, go try your best? Is that what I'm going to say? Defense, go try your best. It's a good stop. That's a good stop. It's a good stop. Second and 9. It's a throw. It's a tackle. Mike Hilton. Good game by Mike Hilton. Thank you, Mike Hilton, for showing up today. Dolphins didn't play today. The fool. Dolphins did not play. 3rd and 6. Biggest third down of the game again. I'm in misery. I am in misery. Clock continues to run. Tie's great for Denver. They might try to tie. Deep pass, wide open. Missed him. He had him wide. This defense is so fucking bad. It's so bad. You have to pray for the quarterback to miss guys. Sorry, I don't curse. I don't curse on Jacob's show. Bengals get the ball back in overtime because Zach Taylor wanted to burn his timeouts in the third quarter and then didn't want to burn the clock late in the fourth. I'm positive. I'm being positive. Fair catch it. That's interference. He tackled him. What are we doing? He tackled him. He called a fair catch and then he got wrapped up. How is that not 15 yards? Bengals get it at the 45. Their own 45. He called a fair catch and then was tackled. How is that not interference every single time? That's fair catch interference every single time, except for when the Cincinnati Bengals play football. Every single time that's a penalty. I'm not going to curse. I don't curse. Joe Burrow, that's a good play. That's T. Higgins. 5 yards, clock runs. 2nd and 5. For this shit show of a special teams unit, you need to get inside the 20. I don't curse. Every other time, that's a flag. Every other time, that's 15 yards for the other team. Not this time. 2nd and 4. Don't run it with Khalil Herbert. Superstar, please. It's a throw. Hold on. Mike Gesicki, what a game. What a game by Mike Gesicki. It's a Bengals first down. They're in field goal range. Every single time that was a flag for fair catch interference. Every single time. Except for this time. First down Bengals. Mike Gesicki. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I truly don't understand the ineptitude of this coaching staff. Lose our running back. I'm fine. Here we go. 1st and 10. They're in field goal range if they wanted it. Zach Taylor, God knows he'll probably take 3 knees now. Settle for a 95-yarder. Moron. Division III football coach. It's a penalty on somebody. Is it on us? Yeah, it's on the Bengals. First and 15. Now out of field goal range. Burrow's got Higgins. Higgins first down. Pick it up. Thought he fumbled it. First down Bengals. It was massive. We'll see what this dumb Zach Taylor decides to do here. Because now you are inside. Almost inside the 20. That was almost another fumble. Superstar Khalil Herbert in the backfield. He's going to get a hair. He's going to get a carry. He's going to get a carry. Go down. 7 yards. It's a good run. That's why you trade the conditional 2029 7th round pick for him. That's why you get a guy like Khalil Herbert on this roster. An asset to the team. How much time is left? There's like 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'll give an update when they show it back on the TV. Khalil Herbert. It's 2nd and 2. 3:32. Broncos called their final timeout. So dumb. I don't know if I want to kick the field goal now. Zach Taylor wants to prove a point. His offense hums as he coaches away the game. It's a run. I would really like Khalil Herbert not getting the football here. No disrespect. But I'd probably rather have the 2029 conditional 7th round pick than Khalil Herbert. Here he comes. It comes down to a kick. 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 Please, Cade York. Please, Cade York. Please, Cade York. Please, Cade York. Please. One time, Cade York. Oh, I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be sick. Please make it, man. It's an extra point. It's an extra point. Oh, no. Come on. so over this. Fire them all. I want them all fired. I want every coach fired. I want them all gone. Get them out. Fire them. All of them. Every single one of them, I want them fired. I want them all fired. They don't deserve jobs. Unbelievable. Broncos are playing for the tie. Good timeout, moron. Didn't have a kicker all season long. This is the game I get tasked with, is misery. What a sick joke. Tackle. What a nightmare of a... I'm not going to curse. I don't curse. Bengals timeout. I just wanted to have fun and smile. My teams don't let me smile. I want them all fired. Biggest third down again for the 15th time tonight. Cade York missed a 20-yard field goal. They stopped him. Big stop. Big stop by the defense. Let's see if Joe Burrow can win the game for the 5th time tonight. Let's see how Zach Taylor manages this one. Moron. Can't settle for 3 now. Don't have a kicker. It's a mediocre punt. Bengals now have 2:20 and a 2-minute warning. Ball back in Joe Burrow's hands again. First down. I mean, am I supposed to get excited? Am I supposed to get excited? All this to miss the playoffs next week? At least the Reds season ends in July. Ends right away. I don't know if I can hooday. I don't know if I can hooday. This has been the worst end to a game I've ever seen. 33-yard field goal missed. Had a wide open. I guess I can't. I mean, maybe Zach Taylor was right. Maybe he knew his kicker couldn't make a 10-yard field goal. That's what I think it was. I think maybe that was what it was. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know how they have jobs next year. I don't know how you rationalize that one. I don't understand how you're such a bad coach that you make such an impact in this game. All you have to do is nothing. All you have to do is let Joe Burrow play football. And you can't do that. First and 10. Pitch play. Khalil Herbert. First down if he doesn't fumble it. Thought he was going to fumble it, because why wouldn't he? First and 10. There are no easy field goals, so please don't settle for one. I beg you to not settle for a field goal after begging you to settle for a field goal at the end of the first half. But I just want a well-run football program. That's all I want. I just want an organization that knows how to play, and they just don't. They have to try to score a touchdown. They have to. Burrow almost intercepted. That could have been really, really bad. Was looking at Chase. Was facing pressure. I'm so angry, and I'm trying to remain somewhat calm. I'm trying my best. I mean, you need a touchdown. They bring the house. Burrow going deep. He caught it, I think. He caught it. T. Higgins. Unbelievable catch by T. Higgins. That's one. That's two. Maintains possession. Brings into his chest. As good of a catch as one can have. Unbelievable catch by T. Higgins. Please don't settle for a field goal. Please don't settle for a field goal. I beg you to not settle for a field goal. I can't lose off Cade York again. I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Unbelievable catch by T. Higgins. Unbelievable catch. Are we still acting like this isn't a catch? His foot's down. His foot's down, you moron. It's down. Booth review. Completed catch. Bengals are at the 2-yard line. Go for the score. I mean, you got to go for the score. You have to score. You have to score. You can't kick 3 points. You don't have a field goal kicker. You have no field goal kicker. Offense stays on the field. Offense is on the field. Please let me have a win. Please. Wide open. T. Higgins. It's over. Oh. It's over. I think. Is it not over? It's over, right? Tell me it's over. Oh. It's over. We win it. In spite of Zach Taylor, we win the game. Okay. Good. I'm ready to roll now. All right, I'm gonna do some fixing with this. Give me a second, guys. I apologize. I'm gonna start muting mics and putting things on the screen. So everybody, give me a couple seconds here. Give me like 3 minutes to type some stuff up. But thank you for staying with me. We'll be right with you with Craig. All right. See you in a bit.
Reaches, oh, that ball's out, that's live! Back the other way, Sam Hubbard! The Cincinnati Kid! Hubbard's got a convoy! Chased by Andrews! At the 30, the 20, he will score!
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected, and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Back to throw, men are coming late, looks right down the middle, there's Eddie Brown, he has it at the 35 to the 30, he may go, 10-5, touchdown!
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot, the kick is up, it is good!
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball, deep down the field, Chad Johnson's got it, touchdown, Cincinnati.
Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Case for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
And I believe, hold on. Here we go. Okay. Almost. Hold on. I think we're there. Are we there?
We got to get some cameras up.
Is that it? I think.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Look at us.
All right.
Just a professional organization here.
Sorry. Once working this whole laptop setup is a little bit different for me. So, all right. Now I'm here. Welcome on into Chatterbox Bengals with your host, Craig Sandlin. I am Elliot Rearing. I just suffered through misery, but I'm here now to have some fun. Craig, did you enjoy that game?
I mean, if you consider heart attacks enjoyment, then yeah, that was great. No, I mean, it was crazy. I talked with Jacob last week or the week before. I don't typically get worked up during games, and yet here at the end of this Bengals season, I find myself being more and more worked up than I have been in a long time. Um, a crazy game. A lot of opportunities that were missed on both sides of the ball for the Bengals, but come away with the win. That's all that really matters. And now set up for the Chiefs to just stomp on our hearts next week and sit their starters and let the Broncos beat them. And all of this is for naught. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
I thought it was going to be a good game, and I thought it was going to be close. I thought it was going to be competitive at least. And the Bengals, I felt still up until the final play of the fourth quarter, I thought that they were in control. I thought they had a good enough game, a well-played game defensively and offensively, enough. They played well enough to win that game. And it comes down to that nonsense at the end. So before we get right into it, I want to start with that, just because I think that was what I'm so confused with. The Bengals have the ball first and goal at the 5-yard line, 6-yard line, whatever it is. You decide to run the ball, which I agreed with. I thought that's the right play. But I thought the play would be to go down, which is clearly what Chase Brown thought. The next play, I don't understand how the play call is quarterback sneak. I don't know if there was a miscommunication somewhere, but that falls on Zach Taylor. It wasn't. I mean, it doesn't make sense, right?
No, I mean that was certainly a confusing, set of plays there. I mean, not only do you lose Chase Brown to injury, but then you leave 1 minute and 40 plus seconds on the clock for the Broncos to be able to go down and score.
Yeah.
If you're gonna slide down anyway with Chase Brown, then you might as well just kneel the ball a couple times. And if you want to try and punch it in after a kneel down or two, at least make the Broncos burn their timeout before you punch it in. Maybe then I can get on board with it. But to then turn around in the very first play after you slide down a yard short of the goal line to then punch it in anyway, I mean, it just felt. I go back to a couple weeks ago though when Chase Brown scored a touchdown, and after the game he talked about how he should have gone down. It just feels like one of those scenarios where they overthink it. But again, it falls on Zach Taylor. It's Zach Taylor's job to make sure that the players understand the circumstances and what the expectations are, right? So in that scenario, I'm okay with Chase Brown sliding down, but he's got to then follow that up with appropriate play calls. And for him to then just run the ball in and score the touchdown right away was definitely a confusing sequence by this Bengals offense.
It's a microcosm of what's happened this year, and it's so much of non-professional football. I feel like there's been Joe Burrow in the offense, who I will classify as not even a part of the Bengals. They're their own entity at this point. They don't even mesh with the other part. And when it gets to special teams and defense, and coaching, there's some sort of disconnect. And it hasn't been fixed all year long. And it's why I sit here on December 28th still complaining about Zach Taylor. This offense shouldn't be missing the playoffs ever. Ever. There is zero excuse. The offensive line is now battered, but they've fought. Tonight he gets a little bit beat up, 6 sacks. But they've fought for the most part. Not really having a set running back until week 11 or whatever it was, whenever Chase Brown decided to take week 9, whenever Chase Brown decided to take over. The offense has done their part. But I don't understand how Zach Taylor and the coaching staff hasn't figured any of this out. And I know it's at the bottom, and I know that's not the order of the whole show here. But I'm just trying to rant because I just sat through it. And it just feels like there's a disconnect there still. And it's why Bengals fans are so angry. I know football fans are irrational. I get it. I'm irrational. I'm a very irrational person. Craig knows how I act with the Reds. I'm silly. I mean, I want things to happen my way, and I get very upset when they don't. But I don't understand how, if you're Mike Brown, if you're Katie Blackburn, if you're someone up top, Duke Tobin, and you see what's going on the field, it can't go this way. It can't be that hard to win that football game. That game was won. They won it earlier than they did. And we had to sit and sweat for longer than we had to for no reason. I hope that there's a talk after this season about what's going on. Because I am happy. I know I don't look happy, and I'm upset, and I'm frustrated. And I want Craig to smile really loud on this show because my negativity is going to bring it down. But I'm trying to understand how this team at no point during the course of this season did the ball bounce our way and were they able to succeed at a high level. They did tonight. The ball somewhat bounced our way. I mean, it literally bounced off the upright our way, in our direction. But I'm sitting here today, and I don't understand the future. I don't know where we're going. We have so much going on, and I'm sorry for this rant. But my question to you is, what are and this is assuming, by the way, that they're out of the playoffs, which, by the way, they are not. They are more than enough. They can absolutely get into the postseason. You beat the Steelers, the Broncos lose, the Colts lose without their quarterback, the Dolphins lose without their quarterback. Those scenarios are all there. Assuming that doesn't happen, what are the conversations this offseason surrounding Lou Anarumo, who has clearly coached a defense that can't tackle anybody, Zach Taylor, who gets credit for 1/3 of his job? What are the conversations after this? Because everyone's going to be upset, including Joe Burrow. Sorry for the rant.
No, you're good. I mean, at the end of the day, right now, Zach Taylor is bailed out by an elite offense and is basically for the entirety of his career been bailed out by an elite, talented offense with guys like Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. He's been able to kind of get away with some of the, what I would call rookie mistakes as a head coach. Like, burning a couple of timeouts there early in the third quarter in the second half were situations where, again, it just seems like over and over again, he's in situations where he's just not in control of the team and what's going on. And then you also have situations, I'm trying to think of the exact moment that it was tonight, but there are moments where just like, it feels like as a play caller, he just gets in his own head too much, right? Yeah. He tries to get cute. He tries to, it was the early in the game in the 4th down and 2, basically, when he motions Jamar Chase into the backfield, has Chase Brown as the fullback, doesn't like what he sees, calls timeout, and then comes back with the exact same play call after the timeout. Motions Jamar Chase into the backfield, Chase Brown is the fullback, and then they don't pick up that first down. That was a moment where I was just shaking my head of, why would you even put Chase Brown in that scenario of a fullback dive? Like, that's not his game. It's never been his game. So I don't understand that. I don't understand the burning of timeouts. I'm sure some people will be upset with his decision to kick the field goal when he kicked it in overtime. I tweeted it out before it happened that you got to kick the field goal now. Now was the time. Can't blame Zach Taylor for Cade York missing a field goal, but
no, not that one.
Again, shouldn't have even been in that position, because realistically, the Bengals shouldn't have scored so quickly after the 2-minute warning, and the Broncos never should have had that opportunity to score the touchdown with Marvin Mims. So a lot of it has to fall on Zach Taylor. Unfortunately, I don't think his seat is hot at all, if I'm being honest with you. I think Zach Taylor is penciled in at this point as your head coach for 2025 and probably beyond. The question becomes who gets held accountable outside of that. I thought the defense performed really well for 70% of this game, and then a couple fluky plays from Bo Nix, and all of a sudden now you got to be questioning again Lou Anarumo and this defensive personnel group. But long story short, frustrating performance by Zach Taylor for sure, but a lot of really good performances on the field by some of these players, which I'm sure we're going to get into shortly.
Yeah. And again, this is the last thing I'll say and probably till the end where I'll have another rant, but it's been a lack of cohesion all season long. The offense, the special teams, the defense, they haven't played complete games once this season. They have good first halves every once in a while together. They don't complete games. At some point, it has to be fixed. The Kansas City Chiefs win football games, no matter how ugly they look. The Denver Broncos this season, I still don't believe in the Denver Broncos. They win football games. The Bengals haven't. But we're switching to the positive. I'm going to be positive because I think it's important. T. Higgins, and this is what I was kind of ranting about on the show just then. I don't know if they can pay him, and I know that as a Bengals fan. I know that as somebody that rationally thinks about this stuff. I understand that you can't pay him, probably $30 million, and then Jamar Chase, whatever he's going to get paid, leading the receiver in every category. But T. Higgins made every big play tonight, outside of the fumble, which, by the way, he did make a big play, just kind of fumbled it on the play. He makes every single massive play you need him to make. When you need that long shot touchdown in the end zone, he's tall enough, he's big enough, he's strong enough to go up and get that football. To have that with the speed and quickness of Ja'Marr makes this offense. You talk about Zach Taylor having a great offense. They are the reason. And no, I don't think anybody's confused on that fact. But the fact of the matter is, every single time the Bengals needed a big play from T. Higgins tonight, they got it. Ja'Marr Chase didn't have a good game. Flat out, he got bottled up, didn't have an explosive play, not one really. He had a wide open touchdown pass, missed it, dropped it. And you have T. Higgins going out there balling. The final play of the game, or the second to final play of the game, whatever. T. Higgins 35 whatever yard catch. That's a T. Higgins play. That's somebody you need to make that play, and you need to have him next year, in my opinion. I don't think they're going to do it. I'm not going to say that he's going to be back. I selfishly, I want it to happen. We have so many holes defensively, so many holes. And there were a couple good defensive performances, which, again, we will get to. There were a couple good defensive performances. But you need T. Higgins if you're going to roll with Zach Taylor next year. Every single time. Do you think T. Higgins is good enough? And let me rephrase. Do you think T. Higgins is important enough to pay him and Ja'Marr?
I mean, yeah, of course. But the question is going to be whether or not Mike Brown will be willing to do that. I mean, yeah, T. Higgins is a wide receiver 1 in the NFL. And I don't think there's really a question about that. I think the challenge with T. Higgins is that he's injury prone, and that ultimately he's been a little streaky in his career in terms of kind of highs and lows. And tonight was an extreme high. And if we're being honest, the Bengals got a couple of really good performances out of a couple guys who may or may not be with the team next year. And that's obviously T. Higgins, who finished tonight 11 catches, 131 yards, and 3 touchdowns. But another guy, in Joseph Osai tonight, who had a career high 8 tackles. He had a pass defended. He had half a sack. He had forced a fumble. Plus, he was the one that caused the pressure that forced the Bo Nix interception. So you got 2 guys who may or may not be in a Bengals uniform next year who really showed out and had really good games. T. Higgins specifically, I mean, his ability and his length and his strong hands really makes him an elite receiver. And he's been able to do insane things for 4 years now with this Bengals team, 5 years now. And you have to do whatever you can to keep him around. And it sounds like Joe and Ja'Marr want to make that happen as well. And I think ultimately this may fall at this point, unfortunately, as much as it is on Mike Brown, it's going to fall on Joe and Ja'Marr as well to try to make it happen. And I don't know what that's going to look like. I have my reservations. And at the end of the day, as much as I want to believe that those 3 guys are going to get together and make this happen, the business side of this sport just makes it really difficult to be willing to buy into it. But I mean, this Broncos defense is really, really good, and they have really good corners. And Ja'Marr Chase didn't have his best game. I mean, you talk about the drop in the end zone for sure, but he still ended the game with 9 catches for 102 yards, including that big catch in the fourth quarter for 23 or whatever yards it was there late in the game. So, I think if you look at it and you look at this Bengals offense and you look at what they're able to accomplish with the weapons that they have, I think trying to imagine this offense without T. Higgins, you're looking back at the first couple of weeks of the season and the struggles that this offense had without a T. Higgins on the field, and having to rely on someone like Andre Yoshivas as the wide receiver 2 did not work for them. And so that may have put this Bengals team in a position where they have to pay for T. Higgins to stick around, because they saw what Andre Yoshivas did as their wide receiver 2 and made them believe that maybe T. Higgins does need to stick around.
One of the bigger plays of the game was Mike Gesicki. Mike Gesicki, again, when one of the wide receivers, when either 1A or 1B goes down, or has a lesser game than expected, Mike Gesicki having that ability to step up and becoming wide receiver 2, 2A, 2B, whatever you want to call him, that's such an important part of this offense as well. And I think looking into next year, I said it on the show earlier, I love Eric All. I love Eric All so much. I'm concerned about the knee. I'm concerned about the injuries there. and I'd love to have him be our tight end 1 in the future. But next year, let's say we don't get T. Higgins. T. Higgins is gone. He walks. Or we trade him, preferably. You have Mike Gesicki back next season, right? I mean, it felt like every time, again, tonight, outside of T. Higgins, it was Mike Gesicki. It was Mike Gesicki and then T. Higgins. Every single time you needed that big play, that big chunk play. Such an important game from him, and especially because I think it's the first game, I could be wrong, I'll have to go back and look at stats. It might be the first game this season where Jamar Chase and T. Higgins both had solid performances, and Mike Gesicki then also added on to that. That's the first time I think he's come into a game where, despite having 2 really elite options to go to, Joe Burrow still found Mike Gesicki. Do you think Mike Gesicki is going to be back next year? Do you want Mike Gesicki back next season?
Yeah, I would really hesitate to go into 2025 with Eric All as your tight end 1. Not because I don't believe in Eric All, similar to you, but I don't know how healthy he's going to be with a torn ACL coming back from his second one in 2 years. Mike Gesicki, I mean, has been everything you needed him to be, and you're only paying him $2.5 million this year. Even if you have to double that salary for next year, I think he's still worth keeping around and bringing back for next year. And I realize that his production's been a little bit inconsistent. I mean, even if you look over the last, 5 games or so, he, today obviously he went off 10 catches for 86 yards, but going back all the way, to the Raiders game, he hadn't eclipsed 5 catches in a game.
Yeah.
But now that you needed him in this game, and again, I think a lot of it came down to that elite secondary that the Broncos have. They were able to take advantage of that with Mike Gesicki and get him open in scenarios that allowed Joe Burrow to move the sticks. It's kind of crazy. I mean, you look at it, and T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Mike Gesicki combined for 30 catches tonight. 30 catches for those 3 is insane. So, yeah, I mean, 30 catches for over 200 yards. It would be really nice to go into 2025 with that being your kind of core on offense. And I realize that Mike Gesicki's not going to sign back here for $2.5 million at this point. I think he's earned himself a contract than that. But it would certainly be nice to try and figure out what would it take to keep him in stripes going into 2025. And before we move on to the next topic, Elliot, I want to real quick. We got a couple super chats.
Yes,
I want
please.
to acknowledge before we forget about them. So, KP from KC with a $1.99 super chat. Heart attack, Zach. You can't make this up. I think we've touched on that one enough. I'm going to let that one go. I don't think we need to go back on a Zach Taylor rant. But Steve from Chicago for $9.99 says, tell Brown to open up his checkbook and break off T. Higgins. Keep him in Cincinnati. I think we're in agreement there that if you can keep T. Higgins in Cincinnati, you need to do everything you can. The problem is it might cost $25 to $30 million to do it. You're gonna franchise tag him, which if that ends up being what he plays on in 2025 would be a little over $26 million. I have to imagine that he's going to get a contract in that range at this point. But sounds like we're on the same page that Mike Brown needs to open up his checkbook. You're on the same page there too?
Oh, I get so frustrated talking about the owners in this city. Yes, if you own a sports franchise, I don't know why it's some shock to these owners, but it's your responsibility to fund the team and make sure they're competitive enough to win a championship. That's the job. It's also a benefit of it. You get to make a lot of money in the process. The Bengals have made, billions over the past several decades. Congratulations, Mike Brown. You've made it. You're very, very rich. Now, the other part of it is you have to do your job. I don't know where the shock is, because guess what? There's a lot of spending that needs to be done. The defense, you have to I don't know many hundreds of millions of dollars you have to put in that defense. I don't know if $1 billion is enough to fix that defense. But that's on top of having to maintain the elite offense that you've had now for 3-4 years. You have to keep that, because if you lose the offense, if you lose production out of Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Mike Gesicki, the running back room, shout out to Khalil Herbert, the $1 Million Man. If you're unable to maintain if you're unable to maintain that offense, what are you worth? You're worth nothing. You go back to the Bengals. You go back to becoming the organization that everybody laughs at. You're very lucky. Mike Brown is so fortunate that Joe Burrow was gifted in a present on Christmas Day to him He's very, very fortunate that happened. Because I'd be very concerned at if he was going to... We've had so much change, organizational change, and so much for the better. Paycor Stadium, despite whatever you want to say it, he changed the name of it. I didn't think he would ever do that. That's in a way, a selfless thing. I know it makes money for himself, but it's able to help fund the players on the team. It's able to help make this organization less of a laughing stock. You do the Ring of Honor. We love the Ring of Honor. You do all the cool fan stuff. You've grown so much as an organization over the years to what it was when Carson Palmer was here and players weren't getting bottled water on the sideline. You've grown so much from that. But I feel like they've taken a page out of the Castellini book where it's, oh, they're good right now, so we're just going to let them play right now. We're going to let them work and see if they're able to replicate without our help. That's not how an organization works. It's your responsibility, Mike Brown, Blackburn. I don't know who's in charge up there. Whoever is in charge, spend money. You have to. There's no other choice anymore. You know the defense needs to be addressed, and you know your superstar offense needs to be maintained. Somebody has to be up there saying, all right, we got a lot of work to do this offseason, and they do. I'll be very, very curious. This will probably be the biggest offseason maybe in the history of the Cincinnati Bengals. Because you have so much turnover, so many issues to fix. And that starts from our kicker. We don't have a kicker anymore. Evan McPherson, I love you, Evan McPherson. I love you so much. Thank you for what you did on that magical Super Bowl run. But you can't kick anymore. And the backup, he can't kick either. Shout out Cade York. There's a lot of work to be done, and until I see it out of Mike Brown, and I've seen little pieces every now and then. You pay Joe Burrow. A lot of people thought they weren't going to pay Joe Burrow. They pay him. Massive contract, you get it done. You got so many more things to do to check off your I'm a good owner bucket list. You think Robert Kraft is having these discussions? No. He wins championships. He wins football games, and he pays people. He gets the job done. So, yes, I do think Mike Brown and whoever in charge is up top, they have to have 24-hour-a-day meetings to decide what they're going to do once this season ends, which, again, we'll go into the playoff stuff in a little bit, which, again, is not over. This season is more than alive right now as we sit on December 28th. You need a lot to fall your way, but as of right now, the Bengals are fighting hard enough down the stretch to win. And that's all I can ask for as a fan. I wanted the final week of the season, similar to the Cincinnati Reds. I just want that last month. I want the last week of the season to matter. This was a playoff game tonight, and the Bengals won it. They did enough to win the game. It was ugly. They did enough to win. So next year, it's about doing more than just enough. It's about coming out of the season, starting strong, setting the tone, and having some fire. And that's where the Zach Taylor thing, not going to go into the rant again. Not going to do it. So I'm going to transition back into some of the other players.
One more super chat. One more super chat.
Good.
Our guy, Michael Rolfe. Obviously, we appreciate everybody's support. We really appreciate it. 225 people too right now. Many more on Twitter as well. Instagram, everybody. We appreciate you tuning in. Our guy, Michael Rolfe, with a $19 and $19.99 super chat. Super chat for me surviving a knee attack. This team is going to land me in the hospital. Boo day. Michael, we're glad you didn't have a heart attack. We're glad. Appreciate it. But Elliot, let's get into it. I mean,
did you have fun? Did you have fun watching that game? Like, I know the end was ugly. For the first, I guess, after the first quarter, after the missed opportunities, which is again another topic we have to talk about. The second and third quarter, I thought that was the most fun I've had watching the Bengals play, because I thought the defense was doing its job, and I thought the offense was playing complementary football. And together, I was on the stream. We were playing trivia during commercial breaks. We were having fun. We were smiling. I think for the second and third quarter, you saw what the Bengals could be, right?
Yeah, with the exception. So yes and no. First of all, I had fun. I don't want to act like I didn't have fun. Like, I had fun. But I felt like the Broncos came out in the third quarter and really started to establish the run, and that was frustrating for me. Was that I know how this defense performed in the first half. Obviously, they led 7-3 in the first half at halftime. For those of you just joining, I assume you know by now, but Bengals pull it off in overtime. T. Higgins with the touchdown catch in overtime to give them the 30-24 victory over the Denver Broncos. But look, I think there's a couple things, right? Like, this Bengals offense comes out, they start off on fire in the third quarter, they get their field goal, to start it, to extend their lead to 10-3, but then they immediately give up that touchdown to the Broncos on the other end. Bo Nix on that touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton on that little corner route.
Yeah.
Frustrating their 12-play, 70-yard drive. But the Bengals answer, right? And just like it seems like they have time and time again this year, the Bengals come back and they answer. And again, T. Higgins picks up his second touchdown of the game on that drive. 11 plays, 63 yards. But what happens next? Bo Nix deep pass down the middle to Marvin Mims for a 51-yard touchdown. And as much fun as I'm trying to have on offense, this Bengals defense in the third quarter really made it tough to really get in and enjoy this game. And then what happens after the Marvin Mims touchdown? Oh wait, T. Higgins fumble, turnover, and the ball goes right back to the Broncos. Now, thank God for Jermaine Pratt with that interception right after that to give us the ball. If he hadn't gotten that back, I might have been really down on myself. But yeah, this third quarter was really entertaining on offense and really, really frustrating on defense. But it became the game I think we expected it to be, if we're being honest. I expected the Broncos to be able to run the ball. I expected the Bengals to be able to score the ball as well. And that's what we got in that third quarter. Was it entertaining? Absolutely. Was I sweating the entire time? Absolutely. Was I jumping out of my chair like Jacob Tissett does when he watches these games? Absolutely, which is abnormal for me, but I was doing it nonetheless. So yeah, it was a fun game for sure. And it really feels like we haven't had one of these fun games that went our way in a long time. Obviously, we've had some of these blowouts, some of these games that you knew you were going to win or expected to win, or some of these really disappointing losses like the Ravens games earlier this year where you thought that you had them in hand and weren't able to close it out. So, yeah, entertaining for sure. How fun is Joe Burrow to watch? I mean, I don't even know at this point how much you can say about Joe Burrow. Extends his streak to 8 straight games now of 250 yards or more and 3 touchdowns. Today, 39 of 49, 412 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. I mean, dude, if we can put an offensive line in front of Joe Burrow, imagine how good he can be. As good as he is right now, imagine if we weren't giving up 7 sacks to the Denver Broncos.
Joe Burrow, and this is what I had this question for you before this game even happened. Do you think there's a world where if the Bengals make the postseason, everything falls our way, everything falls the Bengals' way? You win next week, the Tua-less Dolphins lose, the Anthony Richardson-less Colts lose, Broncos lose to the Chiefs, who are probably playing Carson Wentz. Everything goes their way. Is there a chance with a playoff appearance that Joe Burrow wins the MVP? I think he's done enough. And I know what Josh Allen's done, and it's so impressive because arguably Josh Allen's doing what Joe Burrow's doing, plus adding the rushing touchdowns. The Buffalo Bills defense isn't great. He's been able to manage an offense that scores at an elite level with losing Stephon Diggs, losing guys on offense, key guys. And I know what he's done, but Joe Burrow, if you don't have Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, honest to God, this is the worst franchise maybe of all time. They don't win football games. Not only do they not win football games, they don't come close. What he's able to do, Joe Burrow, this year with his legs as well, he won the Giants game. People forget we win the Giants game, not because of the offense. Joe Burrow ran for 50 yards and a touchdown on one play. He's been incredible this year. He's been clutch. I don't understand why there's still people in Cincinnati. Oh, he fumbles. He fumbles in the big moment. He fumbles because he has to do every single thing. He literally has to play defense and offense and special teams. He has to do it all. It's hard to do 3 jobs at once. It's hard. I'm trying to do it right now with this screen, and I can't do it. I'm failing at doing 2 jobs. He has to do all 3. He also has to coach. That's 4. Actually, Joe Burrow has to do 4 things. He has to coach, offense, defense, special teams. He does it all. I think if they make the playoffs, there needs to be a legitimate conversation regarding Joe Burrow winning the MVP.
Well, here's what I say. I think that in the truest sense of the word of MVP, there's no doubt in my mind that Joe Burrow is the most valuable player in the NFL. I don't think there's another player in the NFL that brings to his team what Joe Burrow has brought to the Cincinnati Bengals team. But knowing what that award has turned into, I don't think Joe Burrow, unfortunately, I don't think he can win it. I think he probably finishes third in the race, if I'm being honest. I think it goes Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and then Joe Burrow, just because that's what it's been. And what's crazy to me is that a lot of people were dubbing today's game as a matchup of potential defensive player of the year in Patrick Surtain versus potential offensive player of the year in Jamar Chase. And I don't understand why not knocking Jamar Chase. I mean, he's probably going to win the Triple Crown, and he is by far the best wide receiver in the NFL right now. But like, the fact that Joe Burrow is not being mentioned for offensive player of the year, just because essentially what's happened is the MVP is the best quarterback, offensive player of the year is the best everybody else. But in reality, Joe Burrow is the offensive player of the year. He is the most valuable player in the NFL, despite what all of the odds say and what everybody else says right now about Josh Allen and what he's been able to do. When you look at it head to head, and I realize that Joe now has one extra game on Josh Allen, so take these with a grain of salt. But Joe Burrow now has 1,100 more yards passing than Josh Allen does. Joe Burrow now has 16 more touchdowns on the year than Josh Allen does. Josh Allen has been sacked 23 less times than Joe Burrow has this year. 23, Elliot. Insane. Joe Burrow, that was actually going into tonight. After the 7 tonight, he's up to 44 sacks on the year. He's been sacked 30 more times. 30 more times. Josh Allen obviously has the rushing. I get that. He's got 11 rushing touchdowns on the year, which ultimately is probably the difference here. But to just blanket statement say that Josh Allen has this MVP race locked up and that Joe Burrow isn't even in the conversation. I mean, when I looked last, and again, I don't know if these have been updated since then, but Joe Burrow was like plus 10,000 on some platform still to win the MVP this year. Josh Allen minus 200, Lamar Jackson plus 165, Joe Burrow plus 2,000 as of right now on certain book that we won't mention by names because we don't do any free ads. But I mean, look, I 100% believe that he should and probably will finish top 3. Just because that's how it's going to go. Yeah. Saquon will probably get shafted and finish 4th or 5th, just because that's how it goes. But realistically, he is absolutely the most valuable player to his team. And, you know, I've said it before, I truly believe he's the best mobile passer in the NFL. I think a lot of people, you know, credit Lamar for his mobility. They credit Josh Allen for his mobility, and both of them deserve all of the credit in the world for what they're able to do. But neither one of them can throw the ball like Joe Burrow does while he's on the move. And that continues to be the most impressive part of him every single year, is that, yeah, he's sacked 100 times a year, 44 times so far this year already, and yet he's still able to make plays. And we saw incredible plays last week with him making crazy plays, and just continues to happen over and over again. And yeah, definitely deserves to be in that conversation. But if I'm a betting man, I don't think he walks away with it.
I should have taken the value coming into this game. I'll tell you that. I should have done that. I won't do it now because I think you're right. I think it's the NFL decides their winner halfway through, and I think Josh Allen was going to be the MVP this season, no matter really what happened, just because of how explosive. And it's no knock on Josh Allen. He's had a phenomenal year, as you've said, as I've said. It's just kind of how these awards work. I think Saquon's had one of the best years ever, and that's just going to be forgotten in the pile of all the quarterbacks. It's a quarterback award. We know that. Lamar Jackson, again, he's phenomenal. I watched Lamar Jackson, and the way he's able to extend a play to like 30 seconds before he throws the football, it's out of this world. And that's why I discredit all the people who say, oh, it's a running back, he's not very good. The way he's able to use those the running back type of qualities to expend the play to be an elite passer, that's exceptional. That's absolutely exceptional. I would be curious to see what either of those two guys would do on the Cincinnati Bengals behind this offensive line, with this Bengals defense, with this coaching staff. I'd be very, very curious to see how many quarterbacks have dealt. And this is not to get it back on Zach Taylor. I'd be curious to see how many players have won in spite of their coach, like Joe Burrow does consistently every year. I'd be very curious to see. He's having an MVP year.
What?
He's probably not going to win it. But he's done enough this season for me to say that's the Bengals' best quarterback ever. In the history of this franchise, that's our number one guy. That's him. Going back to the game a little bit.
Regardless of regardless of team, what you just said is important. Joe Burrow, whether he's the most valuable player in the NFL or not, without Joe Burrow, Zach Taylor never even makes it to year 3.
No.
Zach Taylor's fired 2 years ago if he doesn't have Joe Burrow. But Joe Burrow, being as good as he is, has been able to save Zach Taylor's job because of his ability to make plays. And it's crazy. I want everybody in the chat to really think about this because, I'm 37. I'm not the oldest. I'm sure there are older people in this chat that can think back even farther than me that have been through a lot. I went through a lot of the 2 and 14 years back in the 90s and early 2000s and stuff like that. But you really need to stop and think. Right now, we are watching the Bengals' best ever quarterback and their best ever wide receiver on the field at the same time. And it's absolutely insane. Jamar Chase, with his 9 catches today, sets the Bengals franchise record for catches in a season. He's up to 117 now. Joe Burrow obviously continues to set records, 8 straight games now with 250 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. I mean, what we're watching, you really need to step back. And I fail at this a lot, but you have to step back and really admire what you're able to see right now because it is not very often that you're able to see this type of talent on the field at the same time, let alone in the same franchise. So, I'm thankful to be able to witness this, and I hope everybody in the chat is as well. And like you, I'm sure, I hope we're able to witness it for another 5 to 10 years and continue this run. And hopefully the Bengals front office will put some players around them on defense, especially to really get them to the Super Bowl like they really deserve.
I think it's hard for a lot of fans to do that just because you need to see the Lombardi. You need to see that trophy. You need to see those 2 best players hoisting up the pinnacle of their sport, having that moment, having that feeling before you can really feel it. Because it kind of comes in that way. It's, again, not to go too much into the Reds, we have Elly De La Cruz right now, absolutely spectacular player, but the Reds don't win baseball games. You have Joey Votto for so long, a Hall of Fame baseball player, don't win baseball games. They don't win playoff games, certainly. Right now you're seeing Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, who got so close to reaching that pinnacle, so close as one can get, and they fell short. And people right now are hungry for it. They want to see those 2 guys get back. But you're 100% right. At some point, we have, as Bengals fans, have to sit here on our couches when we watch these games on the TV, screaming and yelling at Zach Taylor, to take a 5-second breath and look at what Joe Burrow's doing, to look at Jamar Chase as he gallops down the field for another 75-yard score. It's so cool, and not any franchise, has the amount of cool playmakers that we have on the same roster. I'll go to war with that. Jamar Chase is the Triple Crown winner. You have Joe Burrow, who should win an MVP if he's on any other franchise. You have T. Higgins, who doesn't even get talked about here because you have Jamar Chase. He's a number 1 everywhere. So many cool playmakers, and to sit and have that ability to watch it. Right now I'm 25. I watched Andy Dalton. I had A.J. Green. A.J. Green was my favorite player for so long. But comparing A.J. Green to Jamar Chase, this is no knock on A.J. Green. It's not even close. A.J. Green, I thought, was one of the best wide receivers, and he was one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, certainly in the AFC. Jamar Chase has eclipsed that by a million. And to sit back and watch it, have that ability to watch it, we're so very, very, very lucky. Moving on real quick, back to the game a little bit. We started off, and we'll see if you agree with me here. The first drive, when you go down, you go all the way down, you go for it on that 4th down, you run it twice up the middle, you get nothing, you get zipped. You go down again, you get a lucky penalty, you get stopped at the 1, and then you just can't punch it in. Do you think you kick a field goal there? I know looking now and knowing Cade York can't make a field goal worth a damn. I know that now. But looking back on it, leaving those points on the board in a must-win game, do you like that choice? Do you think that's the type of football team this needs to be to propel them into the playoffs?
Well, I think that this team, it's similar to what you hear about the Detroit Lions a lot. And that this is just who this team is, right? Like, at the end of the day, Zach Taylor should be aggressive.
Yeah.
You have the most talented offense in the NFL, most likely. There's no reason to ever second guess yourself in those situations. Yeah. And realistically, and I know that there's a lot of people who don't want to talk about computers and analytics and all these other things. And I get that. But when you look at it, the analytics say in both of those scenarios that you go for it on fourth down.
Yeah.
The first one, again, these are slim chances, but a field goal gives you a win probability of 54.1%. Going for it gives you 56.3, a 2.2% increase. The second one, a field goal 53.3, going for it 58.2, 4.8% increase by going for it. Now, what I didn't like was the play calling in those situations.
Yeah.
Going for it, I don't have a problem. But like you mentioned, that first time, right, you hand the ball off to Chase Brown twice, and that was the one where you had that timeout called in between and still go with the exact same play call with Chase Brown on the handoff up the middle from the fullback position. I hated that one. The second one, again, same thing. Joe Burrow gets sacked on 4th and goal. Not a whole lot you can do there. It is what it is. At the end of the day, Jamar Chase should have caught the touchdown pass the play before that, and you wouldn't have even had to be in that position. So I agree with the calls in both of those. I understand people who say hindsight is 20/20 and kicking the field goal there makes sense, but I agree with going for them. I don't love the play call in that situation, though, and that's been the biggest frustration is Zach Taylor's inability to make those plays. At this point in the season, we're 17 weeks in. Every single person in this chat knows that the Bengals offensive line is absolute trash. And yet we're going to go into a scenario where it's 4th and short, and we're going to try and lean on this offensive line who isn't physical enough to move this defensive front four for the Denver Broncos to be able to pick up a yard or two on a run. You notice that a majority of the successful plays that this Bengals running game had tonight was to the outside. And so what do? They hand the ball up right up the middle. It just doesn't make any sense. We just got done talking about Joe Burrow, who's the best player on this team and probably the best player in the NFL. Take the ball out of his hands. T. Higgins has sure hands as you'll get. Jamar Chase has elite route running ability to then turn around, and no disrespect to Chase Brown, but to turn around and hand the ball up to Chase Brown twice on 3rd and 2 and then 4th and 1 just felt like the wrong move there. But I didn't disagree with the decision to go for it on either one of them. But again, hindsight is 20/20.
I think similarly to the Lions, that's how this team operates. I think you trust Joe Burrow, and to hell with everybody else, which is why I agree with you. I think I'm a proponent of I want the Bengals to run. If it's 3rd and 2, I'd like run it. If it's close enough, you run it again. That works for 99% of teams. It doesn't work here. It's evident that doesn't work here. A quarterback sneak here. I know Joe Burrow scored on one today. That just doesn't happen for the Bengals, and it sucks. It sucks that that's not in our arsenal. It's just we just have to know that it can't be that easy for us. It's easier for everybody else. That's not an option for us. For me, I would have still. I mostly agreed with going for it on everything Zach Taylor went for it on, especially given the fact that you don't have a kicker. And my God, how do you miss a 33-yard field goal? It's not. We're not playing. This isn't hard. You sit on the sideline the entire game.
Rick put it in the chat. That's elite aim to be able to hit the upright, Elliot. I mean, you can't do that on purpose.
Yeah, it is.
Rick's got a point.
There's no doubt about it. I'm so frustrated with this season, and I'm sorry for the rant. I've been ranting, and I know that's probably not how the show goes, but I'm just so utterly frustrated. I know that's a win, and I'm so happy. Let's talk about the happy stuff now. Dolphins.
Well, let's real quick before we talk about more happy stuff. We got more super chats. Fuzzy Balls with a $2 super chat. T 11 for 131 and 3 TDs on only 12 targets.
Unbelievable.
Shout out to T Higgins. Unreal. We talked about him. JQ. You know what? I'm not going to get into this yet. I'm not ready for that conversation yet. We'll come back to that one. JQ, I see your super chat. We appreciate your super chat. We're going to save that one for a couple of minutes. Let's talk about the positives. Obviously, we just got done talking about some of them. Joe Burrow, now over 40 touchdown passes.
Yeah.
Interesting stat from a friend of the show, Jay Morrison. 17 of the previous 19 quarterbacks who threw for 40 or more touchdowns in a season went to the playoffs. Joe Burrow would be just the 3rd not to make the playoffs if he didn't do it this year. Pretty crazy. Only 11 quarterbacks in NFL history have thrown for 40 or more touchdowns. Listen to these names, Elliot. Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Dan Marino, Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees, Matthew Stafford, Andrew Luck, Kurt Warner, Russell Wilson, and Joe Burrow.
Those are pretty good. Those are
Pretty good names. Pretty good names.
Did you
Pretty
think...
good names. And most importantly, here's the two most important things. Bengals today, just their second win on the year in one possession games. They're now 2-7. That's a big improvement. We definitely need to be able to win those close games if this team does make it to the playoffs. We know that all of those January football games are always close ones, so need to be able to get the momentum there. Definitely a big one. The other one, Bengals' first win against a team with a winning record this year. They were 0-7 coming into today, so now 1-7 on the year. And then I touched on, I think I touched on it, but just in case I didn't, Jamar Chase now the franchise record holder for receptions.
Really?
He now sits at 117 catches on the year for single season. He passes TJ Houshmandzadeh, who held that record. So
How about that?
a lot of positives. And I don't know which one you want to talk about first, where you want to go first. I don't know if the chat wants to talk about one over the other, but where do you want to go next?
If you had to give me a positive defensively, and I'll start with two guys. Mike Hilton is one of them because I think Mike Hilton had a great game. I felt Mike Hilton's pressure on my TV that entire game, and I think that's a guy. If you had to like pick a couple of guys this year that you're proud of to be on this team, Mike Hilton's a guy that I'm proud of. I threw it on the cup after one of the bad things that happened. But I have a Mike Hilton cup. I love my Mike Hilton cup. And to have a defensive player that is competent on this team is so important. My other guy is Jermaine Pratt, who I know he's not what people want. I know that. But his ability to come up when you need a big turnover has been like the theme of his career. That's something cool, right? Like that's a guy that I don't know if he's going to be here for the long term. A lot of people, I know you and Jacob have talked about it. Maybe he won't be. But to see those two guys have solid games tonight, you mentioned Osai, Trey Hendrickson you felt his presence tonight. There were enough good defensive performances, I felt, that at least gave me a little bit of hope for the future.
Well, I think
I don't think Jermaine...
It's really frustrating. Here's the thing about this Bengals defense, right? Is that they play so well for so long, and then you have idiotic plays like you had where you get beat deep on two-man deep coverage, and the wide receiver just splits both of you, and Von Bell's not quick enough, and Jordan Battle gets turned around, and next thing you know, you're getting beat for a 51-yard touchdown. You have plays like the other touchdown where Marvin Mims goes up and wins a jump ball between two Bengals on a play where Bo Nix is being rushed out of the pocket and shouldn't have even been able to get the ball away. So, look, I think that when I think about this game, and I'll have to go back and watch tape, I'm sure.
Yeah.
A couple names that kind of popped out to me. First and foremost, I want to give a little bit of props because Trey Hendrickson really didn't do a whole lot tonight. Only ended the game with 2 tackles, 2 hurries. Wasn't his best game by any means. But it felt like the Bengals were able to pressure Bo Nix enough, and B.J. Hill did a lot of that. B.J. Hill also made a pretty big play late in the game on that screen pass where he sniffed that out and was able to make the tackle for loss. That really kind of swung things for the Bengals. So it's hard to kind of pick out one real positive for the Bengals in this one, I guess. If I had to pick something out, I mean, they kind of shut down Cortland Sutton, which has been a challenge for this Bengals team to be able to shut down star wide receivers. And Cortland Sutton, whether people want to admit it or not, is a star wide receiver. He ends the game 5 catches on 9 targets for 55 yards. I think that's a win. Obviously disappointing to see Marvin Mims go off for 8 catches for 102 yards. And the 2 touchdowns, obviously. So that's disappointing. But in reality, I think you should be able to win a game when you shut down the opposing team's wide receiver 1 and give up only 5 catches for 55 yards. So I'll tip my cap to the Bengals defense there. I think that they did what they needed to do there. Josh Newton against Cortland Sutton today, only 1 catch on 3 targets for 6 yards. I think that's a big win. So Josh Newton, certainly want to call him out. Seemed like he had a decent game. Only 3 catches on the day were attributed to Josh Newton on 5 targets for a total of 20 yards. So I guess that's one positive for sure that you can point at is Big Newton, who's had to step in and make plays in a season where he wasn't really expected to even have to play a whole lot, but due to injuries had to step in, and I feel like he's really shown a little bit that he can be a good depth piece at cornerback position for you moving forward.
Scraping up positives to take away from this defense is difficult to do. I don't know how you and Jacob have survived this season, but I it's honest to God, I watched that. I was so angry at the end of that game. There was a point where if this game would have ended in a tie, I would have walked off. I would have walked away. I would have gone outside and laid in the grass, because that's what I would have been. I just would have been dead. I just would have been a dead person. So the positives in this game, though, and that's kind of been the story of the season, though. They're like, you take a little bit of positives away, knowing you should have won by more points. You should have won that game in the fourth quarter. There didn't need to be an overtime. You should have beat the Kansas City Chiefs. You should have beat the Ravens twice. You should have done all these things this season. They just haven't been able to execute. That's my big positive. Finally, one time, and as ugly as one can execute a plan, they executed their plan to win the night. That's my positive. Because up until that moment, up until right now, this past game, my brain is fried. Up until this past game, they haven't been able to execute it. They haven't been. So to come up clutch in a way, thank God they scored a touchdown, because I know Cade York was going to miss that 10-yard field goal. I know he was going to. But having that ability to close it out like they did, heading into the final week of the season, maybe gives me a little bit of solace. It maybe gives me a little bit of hope that they're going to be able to beat the Steelers next year and find a way by the grace of God. And it will be God who has to come down to earth and put his hand on the Cincinnati Bengals and guide them into the playoffs. That's the only way at this point. But if that happens, I think that shows the fight. It shows the guts. It shows how much the guys want it on this team. And so I don't destroy Zach Taylor all night long. That is a part of what you do as a head coach. You bring in that culture here. You bring in that drive, that want, begging to win. We need to win. We're hungry for it. So that's my positive. That's the only outside of the offensive players. My positive is that they were able to close out a game tonight. Also, Jermaine Burton, I thought if you give him a chance, maybe returning punts and kicks in the future, I'm okay with that. Those are
Mark it down. One of Elliott's positives on defense is Jermaine Burton.
That's correct. That's correct. But there's the defense stinks. Like, we know the defense stinks.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I scrape and I claw, but it's like you know who they are, and I thought, like, after week 3 it'll change. You played a good game against the Chiefs. I thought after week 4, week 5, week 6 it's going to change. Lou Anarumo figures it out. Just hasn't figured it out. We're at the end of the year, and you're still begging that the defense gets a stop. For the first time this year, I felt they got, towards the end, the last overtime possessions, they were able to consistently rack up those stops enough for the Bengals to win this game. That's the only positive I have.
Well, I think the one thing, and some people may think of this as a positive, some people may not, but realistically, 14 of these Broncos points came on shot plays. And honestly, one of them was covered pretty well. It just kind of came down on the Broncos side, right? The other one obviously was terrible coverage, but for the most part, this defense did their job for most of the day. They just gave up those 2 big shot plays that really made this game a lot closer than they probably should have been. Bo Nix ends the day at 219 yards.
Yeah.
But if you take away those 2 shot plays, he would have been under 150 yards. I mean, realistically, and I know that it's hard to say, oh yeah, take away those 2 plays and he's got less yards. Well, yeah, of course he does. But I think realistically as a whole, outside of the stretch early in the third quarter when the Broncos tried to establish the running game and were pretty successful at that, and they were popping off, 8 to 10 yard runs every time, I think for the most part, the Bengals defense did their job. One trend that I noticed, and I wrote this down because I wanted to talk about it today, is that opposing offenses are having way too much success on opening drives against this Bengals team of late. And I think whether that's a Lou Anarumo issue or they're too predictable or whatever it may be, I don't know that answer. But over the last 4 games, today the Broncos, 10 plays, 58 yards, and a field goal. Obviously, last week the Browns popped off that 60-plus yard run on their first drive. The Bengals tightened up and was able to force the fumble to avoid points. But the week before that, Burrow gave an interception, so the Titans went 6 plays, 29 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
Week before that, the Dallas Cowboys 9 plays, 60 yards and a touchdown. So That's something that this Bengals team is going to have to figure out, especially going into next week and against Pittsburgh. The last thing you want to do is give Pittsburgh some early momentum in a game that potentially is going to mean so much to you in your playoff hopes. And that leads us to a conversation that I think we have to have. And it goes back to this super chat that we got from JQ, $9.99. I don't think Kansas City let me start this over. Don't think that Kansas City won't lose next week on purpose just to keep the Bengals out of the playoffs. They don't need to win, and they don't want to see the Bengals in the playoffs. Someone in the chat, I don't know how much you were paying attention to chat during the game, but there was someone in the chat as well during the game who specifically came in and said that they were a Chiefs fan and that they were going to lie down next week to ensure that this Bengals team didn't make the playoffs. It is absolutely insane to me that an NFL team is so scared of an 8-8 football team that they are going to potentially throw the game and lose a game to avoid having to potentially face them in the AFC Championship game. The Bengals would be guaranteed the 7 seed. The Chiefs are already locked into the 1 seed. The only chance for Kansas City to face the Bengals is in the AFC Championship game, and their fans are talking about laying down and throwing the game to keep Cincinnati out of the playoffs because they would rather have the Broncos in the playoffs. That is absolute insanity. But it just goes to show you how worried teams really are about this Bengals offense and what they can do. I'm telling you, if they make that playoff run and they're able to get in, that first round game against the Buffalo Bills is going to be 46-53. It's going to be insane. It's going to be in Buffalo, in the snow, and yet somehow they're going to find a way to put up 50 points, and it's going to be crazy because both of those defenses suck.
You know what's crazy though? I think that fan's right. The Chiefs struggle, and say whatever you want about this season. They've lost one game to a really good team. They're an elite franchise with an elite quarterback, an elite head coach, and a lot of other elite players. That's a really good football team. The one team that consistently gives them headaches are the Cincinnati Bengals. Consistently. And I would be afraid to play the Bengals. I'm still afraid. If I was a playoff team, and I still stand by it, any NFL franchise right now, point at any of them, no one wants to face the Cincinnati Bengals and Joe Burrow. Nobody wants to let me rephrase. Nobody wants to play Joe Burrow in the offense. Nobody. The defense stinks. They know that. But that means you can't make mistakes. If you play against the Bengals and you make a turnover, you have like what Bo Nix did today with a costly interception like that, you're not going to give yourself a good chance to beat us. Because we have Joe Burrow, and we're just going to go run it down your throat, throw it for as many yards as we want, for as many touchdowns as we want, and win the football game our way. And our way is to score 50 points, and see if your team can catch up. Some teams are able to do it. The Washington Commanders this year, they were able to do it. Props to them. The Kansas City Chiefs have struggled against the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't know if it's just like a perfect storm of matchups, but the defense always plays better. The offense plays well enough to win those games. I would be scared if I were the Chiefs, and it makes sense to me for them to lay down and die next week with Carson Wentz and quit and play the Broncos or whoever in the postseason after their bye, then play the Cincinnati Bengals. Nobody wants to play the Bengals, and that's a fact. I know the defense is bad. Bengals offense is too good. Too good.
Jade brought it up, pointed out the NFL does reseed, so the Bengals would play the Chiefs in their Chiefs first playoff game, right, essentially, because they would be the 7 seed. So it's still interesting though, right? I mean, you're talking about a team who's going to have 2 weeks off before that game to prepare for it, whether it's the Bengals or one of the Chargers or anybody else. They're going to have time to prepare for it. Their starters are going to be rested. That's the biggest question going into this week. If you're Andy Reid and you know that you have the number 1 seed locked up going into the playoffs already, I don't think there's any question that your starters aren't playing the entire game. But are they playing any? Are you throwing Patrick Mahomes out there at all against this Denver defense?
Why would you risk it? I think if Patrick Mahomes plays, it's because Patrick Mahomes has earned the respect. If he wants to play, he gets to play. I don't think Andy Reid goes to him and says, "All right, Patrick, get ready to play. You're going to play one drive, and then that's going to be it." I think Patrick Mahomes would probably come to him and say, "I want to come help lead this team to a 16-1 season, and I want to beat the Denver Broncos, a team that we barely beat the last time. But I do think I think you're right. I don't. There's no way I would risk Patrick Mahomes. There's no way. I wouldn't risk Hollywood Brown, who you just got back. You have Travis Kelce, not having a great year, but an aging tight end who you desperately need to win postseason games. I wouldn't risk. You have Pacheco, who's coming off one of the most gruesome injuries of the NFL season. Everybody's susceptible to injuries, and there's no reason in the world to play your starters in that game. Zero reason other than the fact that Patrick Mahomes might be a competitor and wants to play. No way that he comes out and plays him.
The only argument against it that I've heard from people is that because their last game was on Wednesday, on Christmas Day, that you're essentially looking at 23-ish days before their next game. And so if you don't play the starters at all, you're going almost a full month without playing a single snap. Some people would argue, well, the starters don't really play in the preseason. I hate to break it to you, Patrick Mahomes threw 14 passes in their second preseason game this year. Like, he didn't just sit on the bench all preseason. They needed those reps. They got those reps. The other thing that people are that I am thinking about in terms of the Chiefs, and I don't think the Cincinnati Bengals should be any part of the decision making for the Kansas City Chiefs. At the end of the day, the only part of the decision is for the Kansas City Chiefs is, do my starters need to rest up in order to be ready for that game, regardless of who we're playing? It's not, oh, well, I got to rest my starters so that we lose to the Broncos so that they make the playoffs. Don't forget that the Chiefs barely beat the Broncos earlier this year because the Chiefs blocked a field goal with just a few minutes left. And actually, as time expired, if I remember, they blocked that field goal and ended up winning 16-14. That, it's not like they've been handling the Broncos. Now they've won 11 of their last 12 or some crazy number. But the Chiefs also have beaten the Bengals the last two times they've played. It's not like this Bengals team is 5-0 against Patrick Mahomes. Joe Burrow's 3-2. The last time he beat the Chiefs was in 2022. Don't get me wrong. I would be scared of this Bengals offense as well. But let's not act like I'd rather lose a game on purpose in order to avoid seeing a team that I've beaten twice in the last 2 years. Like, I think the argument is misguided. Whether or not we start the starters play and whether or not I'm scared of the Bengals should be two separate conversations. And that's what it comes down to.
I agree with you.
I don't think you can start Patrick Mahomes. I think Patrick Mahomes has to sit. Maybe you put him out there for a couple drives just to get him some work, get that angle loosened up. But, like, with him being banged up as he is, and as good as this Broncos front four is at getting pressure on the quarterback, we saw it today with them getting 7 sacks against Joe Burrow, I'd be scared to put him back there and get him hurt going into the playoffs. So that would be my concern if I was the Chiefs, is I've got a physical, good front four from this Denver Broncos team who can get pressure on the quarterback, and I don't want to put Patrick Mahomes in that position. Not, oh, well, we got to lose so that the Bengals don't make the playoffs.
And I guess as we kind of wind down here, this is a question I have, and I guess I'm going to frame this in a positive way as possible. When you lose to the Steelers like the Bengals did in a shootout, Russell Wilson has career highs in pretty much every category in that game. It's devastating. You think the season's over, and you say, all right, Bengals got to win out. Bengals got to win out. We know the path to the playoffs. You have to win out. They've done that up until this point. They've played solid football. Not great football, but they haven't played great teams, but they've done enough to put them in a position in the final week of the season to make the playoffs. In your mind, Craig, your personal mind, and we know what we need. We know what we need to happen. What are your personal chances that the Bengals make the playoffs? Are we putting it at 1,000,000 to 1, or is there a legit shot? Because I think if Patrick Mahomes does not play at all, we're in trouble. I think we're in legitimate trouble. So for me personally, I'll answer my question before you real quick. I'm going to give the Bengals a 10% shot because you still need help elsewhere. But specifically regarding the Chiefs, we just don't know what's going to happen there.
What was it? 10%? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing, and this is this is what makes it difficult, right? Is that this Steelers team has a lot to play for too.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are looking at this and saying, "Oh, well, the Steelers don't really need this win. They could rest Russ or rest their starters too if they really wanted to." I hate to break it to you, but that number 5 seed in the AFC this year is a huge advantage, because now you're going to have to go and play Houston in the first round of the playoffs instead of having to go and play Baltimore. And that is a huge, huge difference when you're talking about what the outcome of that game looks like. Not only is the game indoors in Houston, but Houston has not been very good of late. The Steelers are going to be coming out and playing hard and trying to win that game. And I also just don't know if the Broncos can fall one more time. I mean, the Bengals were able to pull it off. Bo Nix did what he needed to do. The NFL right now, take this for what it's worth, but if you go to nfl.com/standing/playoff-picture, as of right now, the Cincinnati Bengals sit at 13%. 13%. The Broncos are at 64. Actually, they just dropped to 11. I literally refreshed my page and they went down 2%. I don't know how that happens.
They heard our show.
I'm going to go a little bit higher than you, actually. I think there's still a chance that this Kansas City defense can disrupt Bo Nix enough and can get enough from Isaiah Pacheco in this offense to potentially win that game. Bengals Steelers is a toss-up. Chiefs game is a toss-up. I'll go around 18%.
That's pretty good. I think that's fair. I will say the one thing I'm going to be watching heading into next week is incentive watch. There's always incentives on the line for some of these guys. I don't know the incentive deal with the Chiefs. I don't know the incentive situation anywhere else. But that does become a factor, at least for a lot of these guys. The tight ends, the wide receivers, the running backs. Those guys like to get those incentives. They don't get the quarterback money. So I will say, the defensive players especially, I will say that there's a glimmer of hope. There's a glimmer of hope in the final week of the season is going to matter. I'm just going to get my soul ripped out of my chest if we win against the Steelers and still miss the playoffs. Because you were there at every moment during this season. You beat the Patriots, you should have. You beat the Chiefs, you should have. Ravens twice, should have. The Chargers, if we had a kicker, should have. Every single game you had that opportunity, and every single time you fell short, except for tonight. So that's going to be the part of me that almost I wish they lost this. The back of my brain wanted me to lose this. Not the way that they were going to, which would have made me break my hands on the ground, slamming it. But I don't want the heartache coming into the last week of the year. It's going to break me. I want Bengals fans to be proud of the way this team fought. You fought down the stretch. I don't know what it's worth to you. For me, it at least shows me that Joe Burrow is the competitor that I thought he was. Because Joe Burrow could have laid down and quit a long time ago. He could have. Jamar Chase, I thought they were going to. After that Steelers game, it was my idea to bench him. Because I don't want Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase hurt heading into next season. But they fought, and they keep fighting. And we head into the final week of the season with a chance. So if there's any light, that's my takeaway from all of this. But Craig, your final thoughts, your final takeaways.
Well, real quick, the other pieces that are important to this playoff picture, right? Is yes, we need the Broncos to lose to the Chiefs. We all know that.
Yeah.
The Bengals got a couple huge breaks this week in the fact that Anthony Richardson is officially out against the New York Giants this weekend. Joe Flacco will get the start there. I honestly don't know how to feel about that. I sent this out on Twitter too. Anthony Richardson is trash. Joe Flacco is trash. I don't know which one I trust more to blow it more, to be honest with you. So I don't know if this is a win that Anthony Richardson is out, if it's a loss that Anthony Richardson is out. Joe Flacco's thrown so many interceptions this year that maybe it's a good thing. at least takes away Anthony Richardson's athleticism in the backfield and being able to run the ball. So maybe there's that. But the other piece of it is that Tua is doubtful for this week's game as well. And the Miami Dolphins are, first of all, terrible in cold weather. It's kind of warm right now, but maybe it'll be chilly for the game tomorrow in Tennessee. I don't know. But more importantly, without Tua, that offense is wretched. And so they're going to have to go into Tennessee with Tyler Huntley under center. And so the Bengals, needing all the help in the world, somehow have gotten all the help in the world. It is unbelievable how lucky this team has gotten, despite how unlucky they have been as well. You talked about all the opportunities they had to win games that they didn't get, that they didn't put away, and that they should have already been in the playoff. They should already be eliminated from the playoff. And yet here we are, we're talking about giving them 10 to 20% chance to get in. That chance might have gone up with Tua out and Anthony Richardson out. And that's insane to think about, that they might get what they needed out of those two teams this week and be left with only the Chiefs to stomp on our heart. And that's really what this comes down to. The Chiefs, yet again, stomping on our hearts and making us just cry like little babies while we watch. And it'll be crazy. I don't know what the Bengals schedule is going to look like next week. The NFL hasn't announced the schedules for next week. That's the other interesting part of this. I don't know if they're going to flex it to a primetime game against the Steelers, because both of them need to win. I don't know if they're going to there's an NFC game as well that I think has some potential implications. If I remember, they could put Chiefs Broncos in there. Oh, Vikings Lions is probably the game that gets flexed. But all of the games can either be on Saturday or Sunday next week. So, I mean, don't be surprised if this Bengals team is in some sort of primetime or standalone slot yet again in the Steelers game with their season on the line, because there's only a couple of really good games next week. So main takeaways, which is what you actually asked for. Joe Burrow is him. Realistically, he won this game 3 different times. He won it in regulation, even though the defense gave up that late touchdown. He won it in overtime, even though Katie York missed the field goal. And then he obviously won it in the actual winning touchdown throw. So Joe Burrow is him. Jamar Chase is him. T. Higgins is him. Zach Taylor is not.
Zach Taylor stinks so bad, and I can't wait till the day that he is not the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals. I am sick of it. And you have the cowards like Jacob, and they read, oh, well, he coaches a good offense. His offense is real good. He doesn't do his job. He doesn't win games. No, he wasn't very good without Joe Burrow. He doesn't, you didn't have the quarterback. He stinks. It's a bad head coach. Terrible. My takeaway is that I had a lot of fun, and we're all friends. That's my biggest takeaway. But as we end, Craig, I'm gonna let you end this, because this is your show, and I don't want to mess this ending up.
But look, we're pretty far into this post-game show and still have 150 people watching, and we definitely appreciate all of the support, all the super chats that we got. I think we got all of them and addressed all of them, so we seriously appreciate you all. Be sure, as always, to tune in. Chatterbox Bengals, Jacob and I will be back live Tuesday night to break down the film of this victory, and then again on Thursday to preview the Bengals' final matchup with the Pittsburgh Steelers. What's your schedule this week for Off the Bench?
We are doing Monday, and I believe, when's New Year's Eve?
Tuesday.
We're off Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we have, so Monday, Thursday, Friday we're on. And we'll also have Chatterbox Bengals on Thursday live from Champions Grill for the final time this season, assuming the Bengals were to miss the playoffs. If they were to make the playoffs, we would do a show from Champions every single playoff game, which would be cool. Craig, your final chance to come down.
Guess who's going to have to make an appearance? Guess who's going to make an appearance? I'm going to have to make it out there. I'm in town, yeah.
Okay, so you're co-hosting with us. That's a promise.
Let's do it. Okay. I also told Trace that I was going to come in and join Off the Bench one morning. Are you guys in studio all 3 of those days, or are you doing it remote?
Jacob, myself, and Casey should be there in studio Monday, Thursday, Friday.
All right. Well, Kinner, if you're watching this, or if you're listening to this on Sunday morning,
love it.
let Jacob or Elliot know what day you're able to make it into the office. Love to meet you. I've had a chance to meet Elliot before. Haven't met Jacob yet. This will be the first time in person with Jacob. But
Really?
if you're going to be in the studio, let us know. We'll arrange an in-person meeting finally. So, but yeah, look, I appreciate everybody. Had a chance to hang out with Nick Kirby over the last 2 days as well, being here in town. So as always, be sure to check out Chatterbox Reds. But look, Chatterbox Sports is putting out content all the time. Make sure you're following on Instagram, following on Twitter /X, follow on Facebook. And as always, make sure you click the follow button right here on YouTube. For Elliot Rearing, I'm Craig Sandlin. This has been a Bengals 30-24 victory over the Denver Broncos. Playoffs on the line next week against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
Love you all.